Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. And I think this morning we'll dispense with the usual health and safety. Everybody's been briefed in that regard. I'm sorry that we've had Tawhiri Mātia not assist us. The God of the Winds has stopped Ro Kirikiri being able to be here at the moment. And so this appearance is just simply by the chair to advise of that fact and to ask you really, Mr. Anderson, what your expected timings are. And in particular, we had thought, or one of the panel members thought that we'd started at 8:30 because there was a time problem either for yourself or Ms. Boyd or one of your team. And we just wanted to know, A, you have clarification on that, and B, to get some indication from you as to how long you think your presentation will take, so we can try and work out what our timings are moving forward.
Yes, good morning. There's no time constraint for me. Ms. Boyd has a 5 o'clock flight, which I think would mean leaving here at 3:45. With a late start, we can manage that, and that I've intended Ms. Boyd's presentation to be first in any case.
Right.
As to how long, well, we should have been well and truly finished before 3 o'clock if we started at 8:30. Allowing for questions, I would guess between 3 and 4 hours of hearing time.
Right. Well, look, that's helpful. Thank you. Our thought really was that we probably might try and start at 11:30, 12 o'clock. It depends very much on when Ro Kirikiri's plane gets in. I've asked him to text me when he arrives at the airport. I'll just deal with the hearing administrator and the little administrators, and they can liaise with you as to timing. But I think if you could be probably ready to go at 11:30, and if that doesn't work, it'll be 12, hopefully, so long as his plane lands. I know last night when I came in, the plane before me from Christchurch, we got down to the meeting and got turned around and went back to Christchurch. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen today. But so that's as far as we can take it at the moment. Thank you for those indications, and it will give us the opportunity of ensuring that everybody's had an opportunity of reading your report, so that will probably mean if you can, when we recommence, if you can just hit the high points rather than necessarily take us through otherwise. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I should ask Mr. Anderson, how long are your submissions in writing?
Oh, yes, they are. There's ended up being 30 odd pages.
In the inimitable Anderson style, I'm sure that won't take us too long. So that's good. Thank you. Good morning once more. Mr. Anderson, we're in your hands really, but can I indicate, Ms. Boyd, that we're delighted with the size of your report, but not just the size, with the content, because you've very helpfully reduced things down, and it's written in an extremely clear style. And so, speaking personally, I certainly have got very few questions, because it is clear what your views are. Whether we accept or not, that's for us to deliberate. But it does make the whole process of closing very much easier the way in which you've done that. So thank you for that. And that may help you, Mr. Anderson, in terms of if, as I understood it, you were intending to restore you first, and if that was so, then the rest of the day we haven't had it. We've only had varying degrees of opportunity to read your report, but yours, Mr. Anderson, we haven't read at all. I'm sorry, so you're going to have to take us through.
Yes, that's fine,
Right.
as expected.
Good, thank you.
And you're right, I do propose to call Ms. Boyd first, but I should just inform the panel before that Ms. Todd, who was the author for the significant resource management issues section, is overseas and not available. But Ms. Boyd is able to answer, or likely able to answer, any questions. I'm not especially expecting that there will be any. Or if there's something that Ms. Todd desperately needs to address, then we'll be able to get a written question to her. With Mr. Adams, the author of the Resource Management Issues of Significance to iwi chapter, there don't appear to be any issues to reply to. There's no reply report, but he's available to join us should the panel have any questions for him. Again, we're not anticipating any. So with that noted, call Ms. Boyd to address her report and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't propose to read through my whole report, but I have gone through and highlighted key passages that I would like to emphasise. So I'll just be mindful to refer to the paragraph numbering as I go. Just as by way of introduction, my report responds to the matters that have been raised in legal submissions and evidence, as well as by submitters at hearing, where there's either a need for a response from officers or there's a recommended change from an officer's previous position. So it's very much a reply report and doesn't set out to restate previous reports. In the instance that there are matters not included in the reply, that doesn't mean that the matters haven't been considered, rather that my position or Ms. Todd's position has not changed since Section 42A report was published. So moving to paragraph 10, the importance of the RPS for informing the development of the Land and Water Plan has been emphasised by many submitters. The Land and Water Plan is now only 9 months from notification, and there have been multiple engagement periods with the community so far to develop its provisions. I've set out a list there, but essentially there's been the Freshwater Visions consultation as part of the RPS, and then 4 separate engagement processes, one of which has only opened last week and will run until November on draft plan provisions. Moving to paragraph 12. The RPS is the higher order document and must be given effect to in the Land and Water Plan rather than the other way around. But the delays in the RPS process have meant that the Land and Water Plan is now following very closely behind the RPS. And in my view, it would be helpful if the panel keeps in mind the implications of substantial changes to RPS provisions at this stage, particularly where they relate to procedural elements of preparing the Land and Water Plan. Te mana o te wai, its interpretation and its application in the RPS has been a central theme of the hearing. And in my report, I've addressed 4 particular matters that I consider arose during the hearing. The first of which is the general application. Throughout the hearing, paragraph 14, throughout the hearing, there have been different approaches outlined to applying the hierarchy of obligations from the NPSFM. And there's been a tendency to discuss the hierarchy in a way that suggests it's a categorization exercise, whereby activities slot into one of the tiers in the hierarchy. I do not share this view. In my opinion, it's a disservice to the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai to see it as a way of categorising activities for the purposes of allocating either quantities of water or contaminants. Te Mana o Te Wai is a concept and a framework. It encompasses 6 principles: mana whakahaere, kaitiakitanga, manaakitanga, governance, stewardship, and care and respect. It also includes the hierarchy of obligations, but that should not be divorced from the wider concept outlined in clause 1.3. And I've set out clause 1.3 there, which I don't propose to read. In the principles, there's a clear emphasis on people looking after water and in turn, the water looking after people. At paragraph 17, the hierarchy is a hierarchy of obligations, not activities. Obligation is defined in the Oxford Dictionary in various ways, but I consider that the following definition is most relevant: an act or course of action to which a person is morally or legally bound, what one is bound to do, a duty, a commitment. An obligation or a commitment is consistent with the principles discussed above. People have an obligation to care for fresh water. In my view, the hierarchy is more akin to setting out the priorities that must be afforded to different matters in decision-making than an exercise in categorising or prioritising particular activities. That's not dissimilar to the way planning has occurred for decades. Some things must be protected, others preserved, some must be given regard or particular regard, other things promoted. All of those different obligations have to form part of the decision-making process, but some are prioritised over others. Mr. Christensen for OGL, or Oceana Gold, used an analogy of prioritising his health over his work. In my view, there's an implicit assumption in Mr. Christensen's analogy that his health is good enough to allow him to work. If his health deteriorated so significantly that he was physically unable to work, then prioritising his health may well require quitting his job. And in my view, that is the case for some over-allocated water bodies. They're in such a poor state of health that we cannot continue to abstract the same amount of water from them or discharge the same amount of contaminants into them. Giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and the implications of prioritising the health and well-being of water bodies will look different in different catchments, and in every case will require consideration of the current health of the water body. Moving to the scope of the priorities, there are clearly different interpretations of the priorities, and I don't consider it would assist the Land and Water Plan for those differences to remain unresolved in the RPS. If they do, all of these parties will simply put forward the same cases again through the Land and Water Plan process. At paragraph 23, the main point of contention between the parties is the scope of the second priority. As notified and as I recommend it be amended, the obligation in YP1 subclause 2 is limited to the health needs of people as they relate to direct contact with water via either ingestion or immersion. Some parties support this interpretation, but others consider the scope should extend beyond this to incorporate the health of people arising from uses of water, including for renewable electricity generation, food production, and Three Waters infrastructure. The activities are different, but in my opinion, the submitters' cases are all founded on a common argument that uses of water for human health needs should be considered in the second priority rather than the third. In my view, this moves Te Mana o Te Wai away from being a concept or a framework and towards being a categorisation tool. In her oral submissions, Ms. Baker-Galloway described expanding the scope of the second priority as a slippery slope, and I agree. If the panel accepts the argument put forward by the submitters, the next question is whether all uses that support human health are included in the second priority, or whether there's a distinction to be drawn between them, such that some are second and some third priority. This is a difficult prospect and would undoubtedly be contested among submitters. In my view, if the scope of the second priority is expanded, it's hard to see a case where only one use is included, with the others remaining in the third priority. The slippery slope takes us down a pathway where there is an increasingly blurred line between the two priorities, and at the most extreme end, essentially no difference. At paragraph 29, if the outcome sought by submitters is some type of prioritisation of their use of water over other uses, expanding the second priority is only one option available. An alternative would be to retain the scope as I recommend it, recognising that there's no constraint on prioritising uses of water amongst the third priority. In paragraphs 30 and 31, I discuss the way that the volume of water allocated for a particular use is only one element of a flow level and allocation regime. There are other parts of that regime, such as stepped reductions towards minimum flows and reductions in water use required for different types of uses. And I think those really need to be considered as a package of tools rather than looking only at the amount of water that's available. At paragraph 32, the NPSFM requires values to be identified for each FMU or part of an FMU, and in every FMU, the following values must be considered: hydroelectric power generation, irrigation, cultivation and production of food and beverages, and commercial and industrial use. This allows area-specific values to be identified or not. The NPSFM then requires environmental outcomes to be developed for each value. Target attribute states and environmental flows and levels must then be developed to achieve the environmental outcomes. These processes allow for FMU or rohe level approaches to be taken to managing water uses in line with the values and environmental outcomes developed for those areas. In my opinion, this is more appropriate than determining priorities in the use of water at a region-wide level, where there are likely to be variations in the importance of those uses in different communities. Over the page to the difference between the first and second priorities. There have been questions about whether it can be assumed that if you're providing for the health of the water, then you're implicitly also providing for the health needs of people. Ms. Baker-Galloway referred to water quantity as an example where a volume of water might be sufficient for fish in a river, but not to provide drinking water. Another one that I wanted to draw attention to is E. coli. This is an attribute for human health in the NPSFM. As far as I'm aware, E. coli is not a contaminant that is particularly detrimental to freshwater ecosystems, but it can make people very sick. So the thresholds set in the NPSFM are designed to protect human health and are therefore more stringent than they would be if they were being set to protect only freshwater ecosystems. This illustrates what I consider to be the distinction between priorities 1 and 2. Both are concerned with the health of water, but the first priority as it relates to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems themselves, and second priority as it relates to the health of people touching or ingesting the water. Another question that arose during the hearing was whether the second priority should be read as only applying to people in New Zealand or whether it could apply to the health needs of people elsewhere, particularly those relying on imported food. And I've set out from paragraph 40 just the broader concept of Te Mana o Te Wai and the 6 principles which apply either to tangata whenua or all New Zealanders. And when you consider the hierarchy of obligations in context with the principles, in my view, with this context, the second priority should be read as applying to the health needs of people in New Zealand. Turning over the page to paragraph 47, Ms. Perkins continues to consider that for the freshwater visions, separating the common elements back out into the FMUs will more effectively allow for future changes to the visions as needed. I don't agree that there's any difference between making changes to an objective that applies region-wide or one that applies in an FMU. Both are provisions in the RPS and both require a formal planning process to be amended. In her opening statement for beef and lamb, Ms. Perkins attached her recommended amendments, which include inserting the content of Objective 1A back into each of the freshwater management unit and rohe visions, In my opinion, this is really a matter of form rather than substance. Whether the same thing is said once or in multiple places, the effect is the same. In my view, it's not surprising that there's commonality across the region. At a very basic level, most people want freshwater resources to be healthy. That desire is consistent across the region and, in my experience, across the country. Providing for resource use. Ms. Perkins and I have discussed subclause 7 in Objective 1A, and as I've outlined in paragraph 51, we've agreed on some wording for that clause. The only point where we differ is that Ms. Perkins prefers to refer to food and fibre production and a subsequent definition of the term provided by Ms. Scott. My concern is that there's clear feedback from some communities about forestry in their FMUs, and at paragraph 53 I've highlighted some feedback from North Otago, Taieri and the Catlins FMUs, where there was clearly opposition to forestry and a desire to see more stringent regulation of those activities. At paragraph 54, the terminology used by participants in the engagement on visions to describe the activities they wanted to see tended to be either food production or agriculture. In light of the feedback provided above, I can't support the use of food and fibre production as recommended by Ms. Scott and Ms. Perkins, primarily because it includes reference to forestry. Instead, I recommend referring to pastoral, arable and horticultural production, which is consistent with the terminology in the RMA in relation to freshwater farm plans. Turning to naturalness, some submitters have highlighted the modified nature of Otago's catchments, and there's been concern about whether the RPS is requiring a return to natural or pre-human state. I have addressed this previously in my section 42A report, and for the reasons set out in that report, I've recommended including to the greatest extent practicable in the region-wide vision at Objective 1A. In my view, the wording I recommend recognises that there are practical constraints on the ability for water bodies to reflect their normal natural form and function, i.e. due to modification. However, the fact that water bodies have been modified should not alone be a reason not to pursue opportunities to improve their form and function, where these exist and can be practically achieved. Transition framework. At paragraph 59, as Ms. Perkins notes in her opening statement, she and I discussed and agreed on a new policy, VM-P6A, which in my view provides recognition of the need to transition resource use over time in a way that doesn't inappropriately constrain or override the NPSFM implementation to occur in the Land and Water Plan. I continue to have concerns with the other provisions promoted by Ms. Perkins. Turning to timeframes, some submitters still consider that the timeframe should be shortened, particularly Fish and Game, Wise Response and Forest and Bird, who seek that all of the timeframes should be no longer than either 2040 or 2035. While I agree with the submitters that action needs to be taken immediately to halt the decline of freshwater health and to improve already degraded water bodies, I'm not convinced that the submitters have demonstrated that the timeframes they seek are reasonable in accordance with the NPSFM. Having heard the evidence from parties, I recommend retaining the timeframes as notified, except for the Catlins. The nutrient lag time information suggests that 2030 is not going to be achievable. So I recommend revising that to 2035. And the lower Clutha Rohi. I had some difficulty with this rohi having a shorter time frame than some of the upper catchments, which contribute to the outcomes seen in the lower Clutha Rohi. So for consistency, I recommend aligning the lower Clutha Rohi with the longest time frame further upstream, which is 2050. On further reflection, I don't recommend altering the North Otago or Manahira timeframes. I do consider there is a risk that the North Otago vision won't be achieved by 2050 due to lag times. However, there will be at least one review of the RPS content prior to that deadline being reached, which provides an opportunity to reconsider the timeframe. In relation to the Manahira Kia rohe, I note Ms Heckler's view at the hearing that the issues in that catchment should be resolved by this generation. Accordingly, I don't recommend amending that timeframe. Mr Brass, in his appearance at the hearing, noted a bit of a difficulty with the wording I'd recommended to address non-diadromous galaxids and Canterbury mudfish in the freshwater vision, the region-wide vision, sorry. And so I've just outlined some minor changes to address that issue he raised. Turning to paragraph 75, Dr. Somerville for beef and lamb and Ms Perkins propose a new policy on integrated catchment management, which I've set out there, but I won't read. I have 6 particular concerns about this policy. First of all, integrated catchment management in Otago. ORC's website describes this concept as being based on a holistic natural resource management philosophy that recognises that all elements of an ecosystem, including people, are connected. In its long-term plan, ORC has committed to leading the development, implementation and review of integrated catchment management plans in collaboration with iwi and community. Essentially, those catchment action plans are broader than just freshwater. They seek to address a number of other topics such as biodiversity and natural hazards, and they can refer to regulatory or non-regulatory actions. At paragraph 82, integrated catchment management is an approach that's already been endorsed by ORC for some time and is now entering its implementation phase. It will be important that this program retains flexibility so that it can be implemented as desired in different communities and adapted over time as lessons are learned. ORC has been clear that this is not a regulatory approach, but it will work alongside those tools to achieve the outcomes desired. Conclusion in the Te Mana o Te Wai section. I agree with Dr. Somerville that the NPSFM requires engaging with communities and tangata whenua, but I don't consider this results in a requirement for integrated catchment management. The LFY Te Mana o Te Wai section sits above the rest of the chapter because its content is a suite of provisions that express Te Mana o Te Wai and therefore must be given effect to when implementing the sections that follow. In my opinion, the policy sought by the submitters is not part of the expression of Te Mana o Te Wai. Rather, it's one of the ways Te Mana o Te Wai can be implemented. It does not therefore belong in the LFY section. Just briefly, I don't think the policy is a policy. I think it's a method. And preparing action plans in and of themselves will not achieve the objectives of the RPS. Rather, they can assist with identifying the actions to be taken to implement the policies, which in turn assist with achieving the objectives. Mr. Anderson is going to address engagement in his legal submission, so I won't labour this point, other than to note that there are different engagement requirements under the NPSFM in relation to implementing the NOF. The Land and Water Plan is due to be notified in June. That timeframe has already been extended once with the Minister's agreement, and there's a legislative backstop of notifying prior to the 31st of December 2024 in the RMA. Whether the engagement processes undertaken to date by ORC equate to engagement or active engagement is likely to be debated. As I've already outlined, there's been engagement with communities in a number of forms over the past 3 years as the development of the Land and Water Plan has progressed. And as far as I'm aware, that engagement meets the legal obligations ORC has. The Land and Water Plan must give effect to the RPS. In my view, there's a risk that if the policy proposed by the submitters requires something more than what has been undertaken to date, the Land and Water Plan will not be giving effect to the RPS, and there are grounds for legal challenge on this basis. The alternative would be to very quickly and with extremely limited time available, undertake additional engagement that is A, more intensive than ORC is currently undertaking, and B, on a smaller spatial scale. I note that ORC commenced its latest round of engagement on the 9th of September, which will run until early November. Realistically, any additional engagement to that already scheduled will result in the notification deadline not being met. Putting that aside, I think it's clear from ORC's website and council papers that I've referenced in my report that ORC does intend to actively involve communities in the preparation of catchment action plans. But I'm not sure that this is always at the catchment level as sought by the submitters. And at paragraph 94, I've quoted from a council paper noting that Mana Whenua have indicated that the FMU Orohi scale is the appropriate one for them to allow for full participation, and that any smaller would impact their ability to resource representation. Down at 96, it appears that the default scale will be FMU Orohi. However, there are some opportunities to facilitate smaller scale plans where there's an interest. So I don't consider the reference in the submitters policy to actively engaging at the rohi and catchment level accurately reflects the approach adopted by the council. At paragraph 95, part of the policy proposed by the submitters is to require the establishment of integrated catchment management groups. That is part of the Catlins FMU pilot, but as I've noted elsewhere, this is the first cab off the rank, and it's not clear whether the same approach will be adopted in all FMUs. On this basis, I consider it's more appropriate that the policy refers to supporting the establishment of groups rather than requiring them to be established. My biggest concern with this policy is really in clause 3, which appears to require implementing some steps of the NOF through catchment action plans, and particularly visions, environmental outcomes and methods. I've set out there the requirements in the NPS, which state where those provisions must be included, and it's not in action plans by and large. Mr. Anderson will address the legal issues arising from the approach proposed by the submitters. So I won't labour the point other than to say that I agree with him that it doesn't give effect to the direction in the NPS FM. And additionally, implementing the policy proposed by the submitters would not be possible prior to the Land and Water Plan being notified in June. It would require going back to the start and redoing the development process. That commits ORC to actions and timeframes that it has not previously agreed to or funded, which I don't think is appropriate or desirable. Turning to paragraph 104. Overall, I'm concerned that some parts of subclause 3 may inappropriately constrain the content of ORC's catchment action plans. It's evident from the ORC documents that these plans are not solely about freshwater. While they may contain parts that are also considered action plans under the NPS, they will not be limited only to this content. In my opinion, one of the benefits of the program is that it is unconstrained by policy planning directives. The program is very early in its implementation, with the first pilot currently commencing. I consider the program should have the ability to be flexible, to adapt to different catchments and communities, and to include content that is desired by communities, rather than specified by regulatory instruments such as the RPS. For this reason, I recommend including a new method, M8AA, which allows but does not require the use of integrated catchment management as an additional method for achieving the outcomes required by the LF chapter. Drawing on the agreements by Council about the approach to developing and the content of action plans. I've discussed this method and its content with ORC staff involved in the Integrated Catchment Management Program, and they're comfortable with its inclusion. Although the program is currently committed to and funded under the long-term plan, I recommend that the method remains optional, as I'm conscious that the program is in its early stages and its effectiveness has not yet been established. It would be unhelpful for the RPS to mandate the use of a method if its effectiveness is unknown. Turning to direct discharges of wastewater. In my opening statement, I outlined the opposing views on this topic. Having heard the evidence from submitters, I remain concerned that there is insufficient evidence to assess the impacts of requiring all direct discharges to be phased out, particularly for Clutha and Central Otago district councils and their ratepayers. I do not underestimate the significance of this recommendation for Kaitahu, and I've reached it reluctantly, mindful of the obligations on the council under section 32. My view is different when it comes to new discharges. In these situations, there are more opportunities for systems to be designed to avoid discharging directly to water, and in my opinion, requiring new discharges to be to land gives effect to Te Mana o Te Wai by prioritising the health of water. Turning to paragraph 120, there are still disputes over whether the RPS should provide direction on the management of wetlands that do not meet the definition of natural inland wetland. In terms of the case for managing these wetlands as well as natural inland wetlands, I disagree with Mr. Kyle that my recommendations significantly widen the application of the RPS. There are various definitions in the RPS, in the RMA, which include wetlands, such as the definition of freshwater and water body. All of the provisions in the RPS which refer to these terms have always applied to wetlands, the broader category, not only natural inland wetlands. In my view, the matter for the panel to address is the merits of managing natural wetlands in the RPS or not, rather than an issue of scope. Ms. Hunter and Mr. Kyle refer to natural inland wetlands being of higher value than natural wetlands. I do not consider the ecological evidence supports this conclusion, and in particular the evidence of Mr. McKinlay for DOC in respect of ephemeral wetlands, many of which would not meet the definition of a natural inland wetland due to the presence of exotic pasture species in them. As Mr. Brass puts it, the biodiversity values of these wetlands do not stop at the point where the proportion of exotic pasture species reaches 50%. I agree. I think it's overly simplistic to use this threshold as a hard and fast indicator of the significance of the values of a wetland. And so I continue to support the recommendations I made in my supplementary evidence on the NPS IB. Turning to page 9, I recommended amendments so that the outcome sought was no net decrease and preferably an increase. And some submitters opposed the reference to using net. Well, in my view, the NPS-FM allows for offsetting. And in my view, if an offset proposal meets the criteria, then it's acceptable, and consequently, some loss of extent therefore is allowable under the NPS-FM, provided its impacts are offset elsewhere. That leads me to believe that the requirement to avoid the loss of extent of natural inland wetlands in policy 6 of the NPS must be referring to net loss in wetland extent rather than the loss of extent of an individual wetland. If that was not the case, the NPS-FM would not provide for offsetting to occur. At paragraph 131, Ms. Hunter summarises my recommendation as being that the RPS should manage natural wetlands in the same way as natural inland wetlands, but that's incorrect. My recommendations seek to manage natural wetlands as well as natural inland wetlands, but not by applying all of the NPS and NES provisions for natural inland wetlands to natural wetlands. I accept that that wasn't clear in the amendments I recommended, and so I've made some further amendments to clarify. Turning to renewable electricity generation and electricity transmission activities. Mr. McLennan has now filed his supplementary evidence on the implications of the NPSIB and has recommended adopting the approach in the NPSIB to excluding renewable electricity generation and electricity transmission network activities from the effects management hierarchy. I've consequently made some I've recommended making some amendments to policy 9 just to align with the approach that Mr. McLennan has recommended and to ensure that the effects of those activities are still managed under the RPS rather than disappearing into a gap. In terms of policy 9, Mr. Farrell, Mr. Brass, Ms. McIntyre, Ms. Bartlett and myself discussed wording of a Alternative wording for the new clause I recommend in this policy, which I've set out there. Mr. Farrell continues to recommend another clause to recognise that restoring and enhancing wetlands is part of protecting them, which I don't support. I think protection is different to restoration, and both actions achieve the objective, but conflating them together is a bit unhelpful. Turning to 143, there were some comments on the new policy I recommended, including P7A about efficient use and water storage. I still consider that this policy shouldn't seek to prioritise the allocation of water to particular uses, because that's a matter for the regional plan. In terms of prioritising efficiency, the legal submissions for Strathclyde Water and other parties continued to seek greater specificity on allocation decisions, and particularly a policy that would prioritise certain uses of water based on measures of mostly economic efficiency. I think there are some unintended consequences from that, and the example I've given here is that water bottling is a particularly efficient use of water, and if you look at the criteria in the policy proposed by the submitters, water bottling would stack up quite well, but I don't think that's a particularly desirable outcome in some parts of Otago. The submitters point to provisions in Marlborough and Hawke's Bay, and again, I note that those are provisions in regional plans, not in regional policy statements. Water harvesting and storage. Mr. Hodgson and I discussed this topic, and he filed some, Horticulture New Zealand filed some amendments to P7A, VM Method 3 and FW Method 6. Method 3 is not an FPI provision, so I don't think it's in the scope of this panel's consideration. But in my view, the other amendments proposed by Mr. Hodgson are useful. I have recommended some minor tweaks, but I don't think they affect the application of the policy in any significant way. 151 just outlines another minor unintended consequence of some of my drafting, and Ms. McIntyre and I have discussed an amendment to that, which takes us to section 9 on the significant resource management issues for the region. One matter that arose at the hearing for Ms. Todd was whether the damming of the Clutha Mata'o is a regionally significant issue in and of itself. In its submission, the key reason given by DCC for seeking the amendment is that the damming of the Clutha has had a significant impact on sediment delivery down the river and to the coast, which can cause increased rates of erosion along the coastline. Ms. Todd's analysis of this submission is discussed in her report, in her section 42A report, and she's still of the opinion that the damming of the river itself is not a regionally significant issue. Rather, the effects of concern are relevant matters to acknowledge within the existing issues in the SRMR chapter. And she's listed there at paragraph 158, the key issues that respond to these effects. At 161, Mr. Hodgson is still of the view that the social impact snapshot should include a sentence about water as a source of kai and for harvesting and food production. Initially, Ms. Todd considered that statement was more relevant to water quality issues. However, on reflection, she agrees that the importance of water is also relevant to quantity issues, and she therefore recommends accepting the amendments sought by Mr. Hodgson. At 164, Central Otago Wine Growers Association sought an amendment to the second paragraph of issue 6 to state that it's poorly managed agriculture that has some of the biggest impacts on water quality. Ms. Todd didn't agree because no evidence had been provided that it was only poorly managed agriculture that impacts on water quality. As discussed in the hearing, even some well-managed land uses can have impacts on water quality. So Ms Todd now agrees with the amendment suggested by Central Otago wine growers in their legal submissions, which acknowledges that it's not just poorly managed agriculture that contributes to poor water quality. I think that's probably it.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. I'd like to start questions with
Yeah, no, thanks, Ms. Boyd. Starting off with something that I just picked up. At paragraph 150, you're referring to subclause 3A of LFFW P7A. I was just looking in the reply report version and I couldn't actually see a 3A in there. Should subclause 3A be in there, or is that something that came through after you pulled the reply report versions together?
Sorry, which paragraph are we at?
If you go to 150.
Oh, 150, sorry.
Your reply report, yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry, that should be 5.
Right.
Should
Okay,
be
rather than
subclause.
3A, it's
Yeah, rather than
now
3A, it should be 5.
5. Okay.
It was
Okay.
3A in Mr Hodgson's version, but 5 in mine.
Okay.
so is 5A in the reply version?
5 is in the reply version, and it's more or less the same as Mr Hodgson's
Yeah.
3A.
Oh,
Okay.
right. So it's 5, not 5A.
Yes, correct.
Just, I was going to ask the next one again in B 150.
Yep.
Is that in as, so what's the number in there?
Yeah, yes,
I was struggling to find that one.
that is M65A.
Sorry, so again, M6
5A.
5.
And again, Mr Hodgson recommended an entirely new clause, whereas I've instead built it into an existing clause.
Yeah, yeah. And that clause refers back to.
Right, and 7A is in the reply version.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
That's right. Yeah, I'll just be great. I didn't have too many questions because, as the chair said before, I found your report, I also found your report very, very clear. But I just have a couple of points of clarification. I just wondered in your discussion of paragraph 53, and I suppose the use of the reference to the food and fibre production with and your comments there around how that doesn't really accord with the feedback from communities around forestry. Is that something that you discussed with Ms. Perkins and Ms. Scott at all? I'm just wondering what their comments were on there. I mean, I suppose a lot of the farmers that seem to be represented by that group were more, well, they didn't seem to discuss forestry and wood processing. So
Yes, I did put that feedback to Ms Perkins and when we were discussing the wording of that clause, and I think from memory she understood the concerns but was of the view that forestry can still be part of a farming operation, and there is a support amongst the rural sector for incorporating sort of small scale production forestry into farming operations. And so she was concerned that you wouldn't want to shut the door on that aspect. My concern is that there's no real differentiation in the definition that has been proposed between, a small woodlot on a farm and large-scale carbon farming, which I think has been really strongly opposed.
Which is what's come through in the feedback from the community.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So the other matter I just wanted to raise is the new LFY P3A, the Integrated Catchment Management Policy that was proposed by Beef and Lamb and Dairy NZ. I suppose sort of from hearing their evidence though, and I suppose what was coming through from the farmer group generally was the amount of work that's being done by the catchment management groups existing, and I suppose that they're getting some support from ORC, but that they would like to get some more. And I suppose I was just trying to sort of reconcile that with what they've proposed and then what your and your response. Mm-hmm. And I was just sort of curious that your comment to paragraph 82 is that integrated catchment management is entering its implementation phase for ORC, but it seems that out in the community that a lot of this, the catchment management groups have been working for quite a long time, and that sounds like they have had support from ORC as well. I suppose I was just trying to get my head around to what extent the sort of the council's catchment catchment action plans that you've referred to here are kind of different or similar to what's been going on in the community, and whether there's possible sort of talking at cross purposes here.
Yes. Yep. No, it's a good question. My understanding is that most of the catchment groups that have been established across Otago have been primarily focused on freshwater. They usually, the classic example is the Pumahaka catchment group, which has made some really significant progress in addressing the water quality issues in that catchment. What I think is different about the ORC program is that it is much broader than just freshwater, so that is a component. But it's a real push by ORC to ensure integration across its various functions. So catchment action plans will incorporate and build on existing catchment group actions, but they will also cover things like flood protection and drainage assets that the council has in these areas. It'll address biosecurity issues that the council manages. It's a much broader approach to essentially managing all of it's a way of collecting all of the council's functions and administering them at a catchment level rather than just at a region-wide level. So certainly from my discussions with the staff at ORC, the intent is to undertake a stocktake of the activities already underway in each catchment and to use that as a foundation for building the catchment action plans. So I'm hopeful that these will all come together into a coherent action plan rather than being sort of delivered separately to what's already happening in the community.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that clarifies that, and I think it's sort of one of the things that was coming across quite strongly from the communities too was that they're already quite well established, a lot of these groups, and they didn't really want ORC coming in and telling them what to do, I suppose.
Yes.
So I suppose that's something sort of I suppose tread carefully kind of.
Yeah, and I think that's
would be what they would be, I suppose, wanting, isn't it?
And I think that's that really underscores why you would want any method in the RPS to be quite flexible, because in some areas you might have catchment groups that aren't particularly interested in being too attached to the ORC program of work. They might be quite happy to remain separate and continue with their own program of work, whereas in other parts you might have catchment groups that are quite happy to or really want to be involved in what's going on. I really, the strong message I got from the ORC staff was that this is a bit of a novel thing for ORC, and they're giving it a go, and they don't really know how it might evolve over time, but they really want to be able to allow communities and mana whenua the opportunity to determine what's appropriate in those particular areas.
Okay. In your discussions or consideration around that policy, and noting that you've considered here that you think it's more a method than a policy, did you look at LFE and M3 as well?
Yes, I did. And I think, I mean, when I initially read this policy, I did think, I'm not sure that it goes, in my view, it goes too far in terms of trying to implement parts of the NOF that are intended to be implemented through regional plans, not through action plans. And the elements of community involvement, I think, are addressed in that method. And there is already a method on action plans. So I'm not sure that the RPS doesn't provide the type of outcome. It certainly supports collaboration with communities, recognising catchment group actions and preparing action plans, but it didn't, I guess, specifically deal with integrated catchment management, which seemed to be the thing that submitters were keen to see recognised.
Yeah, because I see M3's sort of, subclause 1 is engaging, 2 is encouraging. There's not really anything around sort of supporting, I suppose.
Yeah, or what comes out of.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's helped. That's helped clarify that. Thank you. I think that's the one. And that was around the wetlands. And I think I've followed through everything that's been coming through in all the various reports, and but I suppose I was just, in terms of just to make sure I have the right policy in front of me, and I've got another version I need to tabulate. In terms of LFFWP9 and subclause 3 applying the effects management hierarchy, I suppose I was kind of having a look at that and the distinctions between the NPSIB and the NPSFM around natural inland wetlands, and then natural wetlands or wetlands being outside of that natural inland wetland. And just wanted to clarify, are you applying the NPSIB effects management hierarchy because of what's in the NPSIB in terms of clauses 3.21 and 3.22, or is it because it's more, in your view, more conservative and therefore more, you're thinking that's more appropriate?
First of all, I guess I would just say that clause 3 only applies to natural inland wetlands. So I'm not proposing to apply the NPSFM approach to that broader subset of wetlands. It has always been the case since the RPS was notified that that policy seeks to apply whatever the most stringent effects management hierarchy is for biodiversity, for effects on biodiversity.
So which policy?
P9.
P9, yeah.
Yeah. So
sorry,
the view,
sure if it was a
yeah.
Yes,
the position has always been that I could never really understand why. Well, as notified, the eco chapter included an effects management hierarchy for biodiversity, and that chapter applied to all biodiversity, regardless of where it was located. What the NPSFM introduced was a different hierarchy that was less stringent, and I couldn't really see any reason to apply a less stringent. If you're saying the eco chapter applies to all biodiversity, and here's an effects management hierarchy, but then in the aquatic environment, we're going to manage it less stringently. It just didn't seem to makes sense to me. You know, if you're thinking of a river, you know, you'd have some point at which you'd have to, in the water, you'd be applying an effects management hierarchy that was a bit more permissive. And then once you get onto the banks and you get into a land use, suddenly you'd need to be more stringent. It just didn't really make much sense to me when you look at the evidence from the ecologists about the importance of freshwater species in Otago. So that policy has always sought to, since notification, apply the most stringent effects management hierarchy to effects on biodiversity.
Because I suppose I was sort of trying to sort of think through the implications of it. Practically, where I suppose you've sort of got say the Tairi Scroll Plain, where you've got some areas that be natural and then wetland adjacent to areas that are natural wetland. Then there might be some areas, and you could, this would be the case for a lot of sort of wetland complexes where you've got areas which wouldn't be considered wetland but might be considered more a lake or something, depending who's defining it. And whether you've got different effects management hierarchies, is that going to get really complicated for
Yes. I mean,
for consenting and the plan,
It absolutely is. Unfortunately, I think the NPS-IB and the NPS-FM give us different hierarchies anyway.
Yeah, so there's always going to be that boundary between applying one versus applying another.
That's right, yeah. And I guess if you were just to implement the NPSs as they require, you would have a more stringent effects management hierarchy for things on land, and then you'd have a less stringent effects management hierarchy for things in water. And so you'd still have that awkward part about when does a wetland, the margin area of wetland.
Where's the margin? And
where do you switch? Exactly,
hierarchies?
where do you switch hierarchies?
Yeah.
The RPS, unfortunately, doesn't resolve that issue, but it does, in my view, in terms of biodiversity values, at least it just says this applies. If you're managing effects on biodiversity, then you use the same hierarchy whether you're in the water or next to the water. But it doesn't necessarily get around the non-biodiversity effects, in which case you have to rely on the NPS-FM.
Yeah, it's going to get messy, isn't it? It's probably
it's very messy.
Trying to actually implement this stuff. But
yeah. I don't envy consent officers.
No.
It seems very complicated now.
Yeah. And I suppose I was sort of trying to think through that, is there a way to sort of try and get around that and streamline it here? But I'm sure you've given us about that in detail.
Yes, I don't like the idea of having two different hierarchies applying to different things. It's just inherently quite inefficient and difficult to apply. But I can't quite get to the point of saying terrestrial biodiversity warrants more stringent protection than freshwater biodiversity. For me as a freshwater planner, just doesn't sit right, especially in Otago.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's all I had. But thanks for all your hard work you've put into this. It's been great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Boyd. Likewise, a very helpful, concise report. Still not quite your amendments, but I was just a point of clarification. Actually, in the hydroelectric schemes, I noticed in the North Otago vision, which I think came through by a submission from Meridian, the recognition that's required of that under the NPS, but it doesn't align with what you've recommended for the contact schemes and probably the Tairi ones. Yeah, I'm assuming that we could align those.
Yes, you're right. The Tairi and the Clutha visions both use the same wording, but the North Otago is different, and that's unintentional. The North Otago one should be consistent with the other two. Yeah,
so I'm assuming there'd be submissions on that, but we'd have the ability to align those things anyway, wouldn't we?
Yes, absolutely.
But I was just wondering if you had an opportunity to look at the further information provided by Contact and whether that suggested to you that there was anything additional we need to do in response to that matter?
I have read the additional information, and it seems to highlight that there are ways of altering the current flow regime to provide for a more efficient use of that water and for hydro electricity generation. What I haven't managed to do this morning is there's quite a focus in the information provided by Contact on the pre-2007 flow regime that was in place. I have done a little bit of digging in the consent documentation, and it seems like prior to 2007 there was a voluntary flow regime that had a minimum flow of 6 cumecs, and through the new consents issued in 2007 that was raised to 10 cumecs. I haven't found any other information about why that was raised, but I presume it was raised for a reason. So I guess I was just a little bit concerned about the focus on that flow regime, and particularly given how it was pre any version of the NPSFM, and whether returning to that flow regime was still an option under the new NPS. I don't think it necessarily results in any difference in any amendments required to the provisions, though. I think it's just outlining that there are lots of different ways that you can generate electricity, and you can do so efficiently or less efficiently.
Yeah, so anything that might happen in that space is covered by operation, maintenance and upgrading, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. And Commissioner Sullivan talked about your food and fibre production definition issues, and in your recommended definition, I'm assuming horticultural would include viticulture.
Yes, that's my understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, I was very disappointed that wine wasn't a priority too.
I was very much thinking of wine when I was writing that. I thought
you might have been drinking it at the time.
I couldn't comment.
Yeah, they're my submissions.
But one thing that was in that definition that I wanted to talk to you about, yes, you probably covered a lot of it, but there was also the related processing industries. Did you consider whether that should be included in there, or is that probably a step further, because it's probably not a freshwater issue, it's probably and
Yes.
what the implications would be for the wider RPS document?
Yes, I think if you look at the values that are described in Appendix 1B of the NPSFM, there's a list of values that have to be considered in every FMU, and then the community feedback determines whether they're relevant or not. And it separates irrigation from commercial and industrial uses. And so to me, that indicated that those things are kind of different. You know, there's the application of water to the land to grow plants, but then processing industry, you know, turning that product into other products is a separate use. And I'm not sure that that was really what the community feedback was talking about. I think it was quite, if you look at the words used and the way that the feedback is described, it's more about irrigation and land use than it is about processing.
Okay, thank you. Your paragraph 94, when you refer to how you might look at, well, it's in relation to those catchment boundaries, and how Mana Whenua have indicated, well, it's a resourcing issue for them, but
yeah.
Should we be dictated by a resourcing issue when we should be seeking the ideal sort of outcome here, shouldn't we? And I guess you have promoted in your amendments that, yeah, it can happen in a smaller catchment area.
Yes. Oh, I mean, no, it's not something that you have to be. I guess I would say that you should probably be mindful of it, but it's not something that needs to constrain your decision making. I really included that just to indicate that there had been discussions about the appropriate spatial scale, and that was a key component of if you are going to actively engage or collaborate with, the people that you're wanting to do that with need to be able to do it. And so requiring, I'm not opposed to allowing for collaboration at a smaller spatial scale, but mandating it might be problematic in terms of whether it can actually be delivered.
Yeah, I guess, I'm trying to align that every water body has different modi and how they'll be within some of those big FMUs, they'll be different. So I'm assuming Marfina may actually want to go down that path themselves when there are specific values that they see under threat. So your proposed amendment would allow that anyway, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think that it should be, that spatial scale decision should be able to be made by the communities rather than by saying in every instance we're going to do it at a catchment level. Because in some FMUs, and I'm thinking like the Upper Lakes, a lot of those catchments are in conservation areas, and there wouldn't be a need to engage on a catchment by catchment basis.
No, that's right. The other one is in relation, just in relation to the industrial and trade waste to the land. I think originally was there a rider to that, if you had a similar or better environmental outcome. I'm just wondering, the implications of that could be quite significant given some of the evidence we heard on existing, the problems people are actually experiencing to move to land-based. I guess, does that suggest, well, you're going to have to be very careful where you select, what site you select to actually deal with these issues, I guess?
Yes, I think so. And I think what we heard from the Kaitahu witnesses was that there is a cultural element that is just, there's a cultural offence that's just present if those discharges are going into water. And even if that is environmentally, scientifically a better outcome than an application to land, it doesn't resolve the cultural offence that's caused by the discharge direct to water.
I guess those are the sorts of things that are resolved or not resolved for a consent process, aren't they?
Yes, and but I do think there's more opportunity when you're considering a new discharge. There's a lot more opportunity to consider the different ways that you can undertake that discharge and where to put it and how to manage it in comparison to these existing systems that have been around for decades. And you can't just pick up a wastewater system and move it.
It's, the only other thing was in relation to the wine thing again. But no, in terms of that prioritising efficiency, now I read your paragraph 145 and you picked up on the unintended consequences issues that we had a discussion with, and I've seen a memorandum from them that sort of addressed that issue. I wasn't too sure if you looked at that.
I hadn't when I wrote my reply report, but I had since read it.
Did you have any comments around what they're promoting there?
I mean, it essentially picks up the original wording they had proposed and builds it into an existing policy rather than having it as a standalone one. So I don't think it has much, it doesn't have much of a difference in terms of my response. Yeah. I mean, one of the criteria they're recommending is prioritising water uses that have a small environmental footprint in terms of, nutrient loss, sediment loss. Water bottling score pretty highly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Cheers.
Good.
I just want to support the comments made earlier on about the clarity in the way in which your report has been written this time, and in particular stuff around the weigh-in obligations and hierarchical stuff, which, I read it, yeah, this is what I kind of want to see. I mean, there's still a long way to go yet to iron out some of the things like the discharge issue that you've just raised early on, and Naitahu's, their cultural imperative will be there. I'm not quite sure how we deal with it, to be honest. I mean, I'm sitting here saying, okay, how do we, I don't know, it's a question of further refining or defining it, and as far as kaito are concerned. But then there comes a question about, so how do you then put it into practice? How do you really address that? So I think for me, that's still one of the outstanding issues that needs to be dealt with here. But I take your point around Te Mana Te Wai not being an either or kind of stuff. It's not, you rather do that because it's good in one sense, whereas we do have that Te Mana Te Wai is about the obligations that people have. One thing I hadn't picked up before, and it should have struck me between the eyes earlier on in the piece, and that is the 6 principles, which when you sum them up, the first 3 are almost a tangata whenua version, and then the second 3 are the rest of the country version. Yeah, they're up. Essentially, there's 3 principles, really.
Yeah.
Kaitiakitanga, all that sort of thing. But I do wonder, though, how those concepts are reinforced. I mean, those obligations are reinforced in the way that you've outlined them here. And I mean, I can see Ngaitahu going for it. That's exactly how we want that to be done. Do you have any further comment on that?
I think it's going to be a difficult thing to implement. I think, because you could argue, a lot of different people would argue different interpretations of what you do with principles. I mean, to what extent do you just have a think about them and then carry on, or how do you use them to inform the decision on a consent application? I think we've got a long way to go to understand the effect of those principles, but I think that often when you start talking about Te Mana o Te Wai and the focus on the hierarchy, you do end up down a bit of a rabbit hole of thinking about what about this activity and that activity, and how do you draw a line around this thing and not that thing, or whatever. And I think when you start to get into that level, I think the principles are a good way of lifting you back up to say, well, actually, this is about looking after water. And if we look after water, water looks after us. And so am I applying this hierarchy of obligations in a way that exercises those principles or applies them? I think that's probably the context that we need.
Yeah. What's your assessment? I mean, you've sat through most of the hearing now. Are we heading in the right direction? Is council going in the right direction?
I think the council is, yes. I've been working for ORC for 4 years now, and I've noticed a significant shift in moving away from the old water plan approach of kind of balance, or not really differentiating between economic uses and any other uses. It was all kind of thrown together in one basket. There's certainly been a significant shift in the way the council has been crafting its policy, in my experience. And I think a lot of that is because of the relationship with mana whenua. There's been a much greater commitment to that partnership approach in the policy development process. And I think that's reflected in the types of provisions that we're seeing in the RPS and in the Land and Water Plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's my sense as well.
Yeah. I don't know that in some respects, it feels a bit odd to be saying this about ORC in some respects, but I think ORC is a bit leading the way a bit in the region. I think it's I've seen even in the, given that we've been through 2 submission rounds on these provisions, there's even been quite a step forward in a lot of the submitters' understandings, I think, of what Te Mana o Te Wai means, and a kind of a realignment of what they're seeking in terms of being within that framework rather than trying to, I guess, challenge it or work around it.
Now, my only other question, and it may well be a question for Mr. Anderson as well. In fact, I will be asking Mr. Anderson, but I just wonder where you're thinking or you're got to in terms of the consistency of the use of language. You know, it's a slightly unfair question to ask, but I need to raise it anyway because I think it's part of what we need to be grappling with as well. And I've touched on this already before, the use of tangata whenua against mana whenua and all those, and iwi and all that kind of stuff, because I think ultimately, well, not necessarily ultimately, but at some point, we're going to have to come back to Ngāi Tahu to get their sense or their agreement or whatever it is, some sort of consensus about, because I still have a wee bit of uneasiness about the use of, I mean, even things like tangata whenua and mana whenua, and it can get quite tricky. But has that been your sense as well?
Certainly when we were drafting the RPS originally, a lot of it, well, particularly this chapter, was developed in quite close collaboration with Ngāi Tahu. And the feedback that we received on some of that terminology stuff was quite clear, that they certainly preferred mana whenua to tangata whenua. The previous RPS defined a lot of te reo terms in a way that Kaitahu was not particularly comfortable with, especially when they were definitions of kind of concepts rather than, you know, a direct English te reo translation. So I think that we have worked, I think that the way that the consistency of language in the RPS has been deliberate, and it has been in consultation with Kaitahu. So I would be surprised if there was much that they had an issue with.
No, that's what I've got. Thanks very much. Cheers.
I think really three issues to discuss with you. One's a almost procedural type. Well, that's a long word for it. I'm not sure how you would describe it. But the others are more basic principles. So if I just deal with that practical one, it really relates to the issue of the NPS FM recognition, or not recognition, but the limitation on protection to those 50% situations. And so you're addressing that really at paragraphs, you know, under the heading of your number 7, paragraphs 120 onwards, and 123 and 125. And you say that you note that the opposition, 125, I note that the opposition to my recommendation was generally from planners concerned about the ability for their clients to continue undertaking their activities current and future. That is a valid concern that must be considered within the framework of Te Manaroa's Way, which requires prioritising the health and well-being of water bodies, including wetlands and freshwater ecosystems. But the problem is, isn't it, that the NPS-FM itself this year made that reduction in protection. And really, aren't you saying to us, well, they know, but they got it wrong?
No, I'm saying the NPS-FM has identified a subcategory of wetlands, and it has outlined a management approach for that subclass of wetlands. What I'm saying is that there are other wetlands that also need to be managed to give effect to the policies of the NPS-FM, and at the moment they're not.
Yeah, I accept that.
Yep.
But aren't you also requiring or suggesting, recommending an ignoring of that reality, of that reduction in protection?
I suppose you could see it that way.
Certainly how Mr. Kyle put.
I don't know that the intent of the amendment was to say ignore all other wetlands. I think it was to clarify what are a set of very stringent provisions that have caused a lot of grief around the country. My understanding is that the changes to the definition have really come from those implementation issues that have been experienced for these various activities, and trying to assist with identifying what is a wetland and how do you draw a line around it. But I don't think that implicitly that means that the NPS is saying you should just ignore the other types of wetlands.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
All right. Look, the two major issues that I just wanted to canvass with you, particularly the first one, which relates to your paragraph 22, where you say that there are clearly different interpretations of priorities outlined in the hierarchy of obligations. And then you say, and I do not consider it will assist the LWRP for those differences to remain unresolved in the RPS. If they do, all of those parties will simply put forward the same cases again through the LWRP submissions in the hearing. And then paragraph 33, you say that you then talk about essentially the NOF process and say that these processes allow for FMU and ROHI level approaches to be taken to managing water uses in line with the values and environmental outcomes developed for those areas. In my opinion, this is more appropriate than determining priorities in the use of water at a region-wide level, where there likely to be variations in the importance of those uses in different communities. When I read that, I put a note to the side. Is this not an argument in favour of allowing, not in favour of leaving allocation until the NOF? And then I read your next paragraph, and it concluded, however, certainly discussion of the hierarchy of obligations in PR1 could be amended to make it clear that further prioritisation within the third priority can occur through regional plans when implementing the NOF. And I then wrote, or is this your response? And so really that's what I'm just wanting to clarify. So you basically saying version 22, look, you've got to face up to the problem, but actually don't go into the detail of the NOF. But what you should be doing is saying that all of these clashes over activities and priorities between different uses and activities is something that should be dealt with in the third priority.
Yes, you've correctly picked up a bit of a internal conflict in my argument there. I think, and I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it simply. There were some arguments made, I think, by submitters that the panel should just revert to the expression of the hierarchy of obligations as it appears in the NPS FM. And that wording doesn't assist with clarifying the scope of the second priority in terms of human health needs. There's the example of such as drinking water, but it's not clear whether that is uses of water or whether it's only, things, physical contact with water. In terms of that element, my view is that there are clearly different interpretations of what that second priority in the NPS means. And if the RPS can clarify that priority, then I think that would be helpful for the land and water plan. In my view, what the NPS is saying is when you're making decisions or when you're drafting a plan, you have to look after the health of the water as it relates to the water itself and the species that live in it. And then secondly, you have to look after the health of the water as it relates to people touching it or drinking it. And then you can use the NOF to determine whether you want to prioritise water for irrigation or water for hydro or water for industrial use. That's where the NOF comes in and allows you to prioritise those different activities. But everywhere, from my reading of the NPS FM, is everywhere should be consistently providing for the health of water and for the health of people touching that water. And then what you do with the water that's available after providing for those things is up to communities to decide.
The other issue is this issue of stringency as between the NPS, the two NPSs for Indigenous biodiversity and freshwater management. And it's very clear that you form the view that that the management, the hierarchy management system is more stringent in the NPSIB than in the NPSIFM. And you've explained your uneasiness about that to us this morning in a very clear way. But what I found most helpful was to look at the basis of that conclusion that you've reached, and that was your appendix 2, where you did that analysis. And if you look at page 36 of that, it lines up side by side the net loss and the net gain. But when you read the wording through, the net gain, so in essence what you're saying is one is allowing for no net loss and preferably a net gain, and the other is allowing only for net gain. And that appears to be quite clear as far as that goes until you get to the actual test. And when you read the test, or the description of that test, or the definition of it, whichever terminology you want to use, in the right-hand column, or the middle column, sorry, for the NPSIB, net gain is demonstrated by a like-for-like quantitative loss gain calculation following, and then the words are, and is achieved when the indigenous biodiversity values at the offset, and the words then appear, are equivalent to or exceed those being lost. Now, the words are equivalent to my mind, means no net loss. And I wanted to raise it with you because it seems to me fundamentally important to the battle that's going on between yourself and the other planners as to the detail of wording and definitions, etc. And if, in fact, there is no difference in the test being applied between the two, then do we need to even look at all of those big battles as to the definitions? So I wanted to raise it with you, have a break for lunch, and obviously Mr. Anderson will be listening to this as well, and I'd be very interested in the views of each of you when we come back after lunch from you, Ms. Boyd. I'm sorry, first up, Mr. Anderson. I'll just probably have a little more time to think about it, and then during the course of your submissions, and I'm not sure whether you've addressed this point in the submissions, if you haven't, but as you get to the appropriate place, if you can do so, Mr. Anderson, and they might give you a luxury of a little more time as well. But I've looked at it time and time again, and I get driven to the conclusion that there is no difference. And I may be wrong, and I'm opening it for the responses. So we'll break for lunch. Thank you. And you've been excellent in your presentation to us. We've actually caught up time. So we will actually have 3/4 of an hour lunch. Come back at that, or we'll come back at 1:45. Right. Thank you. We're on the way.
I think I can address the point raised before the break for both of us.
Thank you.
As you correctly point out, the referencing in FWP9 to the eco effects management hierarchy is premised upon that being stricter than the NPSFM effects management hierarchy. You've pointed out one aspect where what appeared to be a difference when you read the words carefully is not a material difference. There were a number of points of difference in terminology which we've spent the lunch break going through. The conclusion we've reached is that there is in fact no material difference, and that is what this is what I'm submitting to you, so it can be my fault if it's wrong rather than Ms. Boyd's. However, we do seek indulgence in the form of a little bit of time for Ms. Boyd to confer with Mr. McLennan, who has been dealing with the changes to the eco provisions, and possibly with the ecologist, just to be sure there's not some subtlety that she and me are missing. And the suggestion is that if there is anything arising from that, we'd report it back on Tuesday the 26th, which is a reporting date we have for the impact of Indigenous biodiversity on non-freshwater, I think.
Look, that suits well. Thank you.
And,
Thank you for that.
and Ms. Boyd will propose the tidied up wording
Yes.
that gets rid of that cross-reference.
Thank you.
And so Mr. Hubert was just commenting on the length of my submissions. We're pleased to hear that results in 3 pages getting struck out. And I'm very disappointed that time was spent, and I thought productively in the time we had this morning preparing the table to illustrate all this is now wasted. Actually, it's not entirely wasted, but it goes to another point. It's half wasted. So, if it please, panel, I'm going to skip page 1 and part of page 2, which simply introduce submissions and set out the topics that are going to be covered, and you've probably had a chance to glance at. I've tried to make submissions run in the order of the regional policy statement for convenience, and tried.
Can I just interrupt a moment?
Yes.
There was one other matter I was going to raise.
Oh, sorry.
And no, it's just procedural. And it's just, I must confess that given the amalgamation that you proposed in the freshwater chapter, it means that we've got those numbers all mixed up. And I might be inadequate, but I'm just struggling. Is it possible for you to give us a chapter that just takes all of those out so that they number sequentially as you would be proposing that they end up?
Yes, I actually contemplated providing a clean copy of the chapter for your reading so that you could see the amended versions, but then see what it would look like if you just had the clean copy with all of the revised numbering.
Yes.
I can provide that if you'd like.
Good. Look, that would be most helpful if you could.
Sure.
So if you could aim at that same date, 26th or whatever it was.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. It seems sensible. So anyway, and tried also to avoid replicating what's in opening submissions, and just as a, I guess the approach to these submissions, trying to focus on the goal here for both the council and the panel of getting to the right answer rather than me necessarily being right on every point. And you'll see as we go through that there are some points and passages from submissions and opposition that I've adopted because they seem to get us to that correct answer position. So at paragraph 3, the overarching regional council submission, the NPSFM sets out a very prescriptive regime, and almost all of that is to happen at the regional plan level. The role of the RPS can be summarised very briefly. There is to be an objective describing how the management of freshwater in the region is going to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. The long-term visions are to be included in the RPS as objectives, and in my submission, those visions are the most important part of the regional policy statement as a freshwater planning instrument, because they are going to inform the detailed national objectives framework that follows at the regional plan level. There is the ability in the RPS to add to Part 3 of the MPSFM, but that cannot be in a way that's inconsistent with those provisions. And the final one there, 4.4, has probably just become irrelevant, which is the ability to adopt more stringent measures in some instances. So the remainder of the paragraphs there are describing the nature of the NOF, the National Objectives Framework, and the underlying submission is that anything that's directed towards something that is to come out of the end of the National Objectives Framework is not something for the RPS to be predetermining or making a direction on. That framework, which hangs off the visions and is FMU by FMU or part FMU by part FMU, requires identification of values, environmental outcomes, attributes, baseline attribute states, target attribute states, flows and levels. All of that is designed to give us the answers to questions that some submitters and probably some of us sitting in this room would prefer to have answered now. And so essentially, the role of the RPS in this process is to set the visions, and then it's the National Objectives Framework being implemented at regional plan level, which is to achieve those visions and the policies and the objective of the MPSFM. And of course, the objective is a restatement of the hierarchy of obligations. So having said that, it seems odd that I've then got another 30 pages to follow, because it sounds pretty simple at that point. Anyway, the first topic I want to touch on is Te Mana o Te Wai, which is Y01. That's the objective I just referred to. How do we apply or give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and Otago? There are two topics I want to touch on. One is the meaning of Maori, which is something that's been explored with a number of witnesses, and the second is the 6 principles included in the definition of Te Mana o Te Wai, which sort of tend to be overlooked a little bit. So the first topic, getting to a definition of Maori was challenging, and this may not be completely the case, but the question's been asked of quite a few witnesses, and the answers have tended to be different every time. Not so much as to the concept of life force, which is what's commonly said, but the follow-up question, which is, well, what does that mean? That in my submission doesn't matter for present purposes, and that's because in clause 1.31 of the MPSFM, it provides that Te Mana o Te Wai protects the Māori of the Wai. Māori is not defined in the MPSFM, and there's no other relevant reference to it in the MPSFM. And so what that leaves us with is the plain meaning of clause 1.3, which is that Te Mana o Te Wai is to be given effect to in order to protect the Māori of the Wai. And that's consistent with observations of the Environment Court in the Aotearoa case. And the relevant passages cited, and the bit that I'm relying on is underlined. Protection of the Māori is an outcome of upholding Te Mana o Te Wai. So for people like that, me, what that means is I may not fully understand what that is. I would like to, but at this point in time, I do not. But what I'm being told by the NPSFM is if you do what Te Mana o Te Wai says, you will be upholding it. Or at least you will be deemed to be upholding it. So the next topic I want to touch on is the 6 principles of Te Mana o Te Wai. Clause 1.33 of the NPSFM states, Te Mana o Te Wai encompasses 6 principles relating to the roles of tangata whenua and other New Zealanders in the management of freshwater. And then the key part, and these principles inform this national policy statement and its implementation. And in my submission, what that means is that you cannot just put the 6 principles to one side after reading them and then focus on the detail of what follows. They need to be kept in mind. And the observation that the panel made earlier, that the first 3 principles, the next 3 principles are similar things expressed as the tangata whenua version, and the rest of his version is something that hadn't occurred to me, but when I sort of put them side by side, it seems about right. And so paragraph 19 of noted first 3 principles relate to tangata whenua and notably include sustainable use of freshwater for the benefit of present and future generations. The 4th principle is the responsibility of those with authority for making decisions about freshwater to do so in a way that prioritises the health and well-being of the freshwater, or rather of freshwater, now and into the future. And that's the principle that essentially lies with this panel right now with respect to the RPS, at least until the recommendations handed off to the council for decision. And I want to stress that responsibility is prioritising the health and well-being of freshwater. And I stress that because I think it impacts on definitions, on concept of balance and the hierarchy of obligations when we get to that shortly. And the 5th and 6th principles, this is paragraph 22, apply to all New Zealanders, being the obligations of sustainable management and responsibility to care for freshwater and providing for the health of the nation. And I think I'd like to stress that those principles as well, because when looking at the hierarchy of obligations, traditionally we've tended to think in terms of having water rights, and looking at a set of priorities, we think of them as, well, which priority do I get? Where does my activity fit within that? And the submission that I'll be making a little bit later is that that's now turned around, and we look at it in terms of our obligations in connection with those priorities. The priorities aren't the activities. The priorities are things that we have obligations with respect to, and our rights to water have turned around and become a set of obligations in connection with water that need to be fulfilled. And that flows from the 5th and 6th principles. And I want to say now that doesn't mean that freshwater can't be used. That's evident in the principles as well. It just means that we need to look at things and look at that hierarchy of obligations in a slightly different way. So that's probably enough on the 6 principles. And that brings us to LFYP1 prioritisation. First topic I want to touch on is the importance of the hierarchy of obligations. Panel put a question to Frontiera's Council concerning whether a particular clause of the NPSFM is the only place where there's a requirement to apply the hierarchy of obligations. That was the clause relating to the NOF. I'd just like to add to that, clause 3.22C of the NPSFM also applies, and that requires the hierarchy of obligations to be applied in developing the long-term visions. So when the panel's considering the visions and the various submissions on them, that hierarchy of obligations comes into play. Implementing the NOF and developing objectives, policies, methods and criteria for any purpose under subpart 3, which is the things to do with natural inland wetlands, rivers, fish passage and so on. And we also need to keep in mind that the sole objective of the NPSFM is to ensure natural and physical resources are managed in a way that applies a cut and paste of the hierarchy of obligations. So in my submission, that hierarchy is at the heart of the NPSFM. So that brings me to the topic of balance. So if we look at clause 1.31 of the NPSFM, it's describing Te Mana o Te Wai as a concept that refers to the fundamental importance of water, recognises that providing the health of protecting the health of freshwater protects the health and well-being of the wider environment, protects the Māori of the Wai. Te Mana o Te Wai is about restoring and preserving the balance between the water, the wider environment and community. And the implications of the use of that word balance have been discussed on a number of occasions during the hearing, and generally been raised to suggest that the hierarchy of obligations requires some kind of balance. It's important to look at the context in which that word is used. It's referred to as something to be restored and preserved. The preceding words make it clear that proper balance has water as fundamentally important, with its health to be protected, which in turn protects the health and well-being of the wider environment. So when that word balance is used, it's not saying, well, let's just do the seesaw exercise. It's essentially context for the hierarchy of obligations, and that it's saying the balance that should be there has been lost, and it needs to be restored so that the water is put first. And once it's been restored, it needs to be preserved. And I suggest that this is consistent with the hierarchy of obligations, and that it doesn't require that hierarchy to be read down to be anything other than a hierarchy with 3 priorities ordered 1, 2, 3. I suggest also that that is consistent with the 6 principles of Te Mana o Te Wai, especially the 4th principle. And I'd like to draw attention to an exchange the panel chair had with Ms. Hunter giving evidence for OGL, where attention was drawn to paragraph 23 of her evidence. And I've underlined, set out the full passage for context, but the key part is the part that's underlined. And what she said is the 3 priorities are all acceptable outcomes, and in my view, that is why they each need to be given priority. The ranking ensures that in making decisions, the advancement of a lower order priority cannot be pursued in a way that means a higher order priority is no longer being met. And in my submission, the words that I've underlined express the position very well. Each of the 3 priorities is just that, a priority. And I was thinking about this morning, and I've been trying to come up with an analogy that simplifies the way I'm submitting. The hierarchies need to be looked at. And what I've come up with is to think in terms of having a mortgage over your house or an investment property or something like that. And say it's a student rental underneath. So you've got a mortgage to the bank, and every month you've got to make your mortgage priorities. And the bank's mortgage has first priority over that student flat. But you need to make some repairs, and the bank is not that keen on lending more money in the current environment, and so you end up going to a second tier lender, otherwise known as a loan shark, and you get some more money and you make your repairs, and now you've got a second mortgage on the property and you've got to make your second mortgage payments. And then your student tenants decide to have a party, and lo and behold, you need more repairs, and even the loan shark won't touch you, so you have to go to dear old mum and say, please mum, can you bail me out? I need to make sure I still got a flat that meets the healthy home standards. So there you go, you've got 3 mortgages on the property. And what I'm suggesting is that in concept is pretty similar to the hierarchy of obligations, in that if life's going well, you've got money coming in the door, you've got enough money to satisfy all 3 of those priorities. You're going to pay the bank first, you're going to pay the loan shark second, and poor mum has to wait till third. And where there's no limit or constraint on your money, you keep meeting each of those 3 priorities, but so long as you've met those priorities, you're then free to do whatever you like with the rest of your money. But if money gets short, the first thing that misses out is the 3rd priority, your dear old mother who helped you out. And if money gets shorter, it's the loan shark who misses out, and so on. And in my submission, that's the way you look at the hierarchy of obligations. In terms of the activities and the uses, so long as you've provided for the health of the water, let's forget about the other 2 priorities for a moment. The hierarchy is agnostic as to what your activity might be. It doesn't care what it relates to. Once you've provided for the health of the water, then you have freedom to make other planning decisions, and so on for the other 2 priorities. It's not the case that because you have an activity which relates to one of those priorities, that activity gets special treatment. Through the NOF process and in consent decisions, once you've made sure that those priorities are met, then there's freedom to do whatever the planning context dictates. So I've gone off on a little tangent. Which means that I think I can skip ahead to the hierarchy of obligations conceptually, which is what we just talked about. So running through that quickly, as noted, the 3 priorities are something which the MPSFM seeks to achieve. Submissions have tended to focus on whether a particular activity falls within one or other priority. Mostly it's been submitted with activities such as animals for food, fruit and vegetables, making wine, generating electricity, support human health needs one way or another. That's the wrong way to approach the hierarchy. The hierarchy is not about what level of priority activities have, it's about the impact of activities on the priorities. And I submit that that's evident from the objective of the MPSFM clause 2.1, which is to ensure that natural and physical resources are managed in a way that prioritises those 3 things. So I'm going to skip ahead to paragraph 50 because I'll just explain through analogy my submission, which is that about how the priorities operate. And I think it helps to have in mind that the primary way that the priorities are to be achieved is at the regional plan level. And that planning is to be undertaken for all three priorities. And I'd just like to note that the third priority is also a priority. That's something that's to be provided for and achieved as well. It's not a case of health of the water, health of humans, and everything else. It's health of the water, health of the humans, the social, economic, and cultural well-beings that are identified through the NOF process for a particular water body or FMU, and then everything else. And just on that third aspect, the various values that are listed in the appendix 1, I think it is, in the NPSFM include a number of things which are clearly in priority 3, and in my submission it's quite clear that during the NOF there are going to be values identified, or maybe case by case, which relate to priority 3 and may spell out, for example, that a particular cultural well-being type use, for example, requires water to be in a certain state, or equally an economic use that requires water to be in a certain state or requires a certain quantity of water or something like that. And those sorts of things are what the NOF will tell us to slot in as priority 3 matters for a particular water body or FMU. So that essentially takes us through the paragraph, the end of paragraph 55. So in our regional planning exercise, NOF's been applied, and for a particular water body or FMU, we've learned by applying the NOF what it takes to have a healthy water body and ecosystem for priority 1. And all of the values identified in target attribute states are not less than the baseline and not less than the national bottom line are going to give us a pretty coherent picture of what it means to meet priority 1 for any particular water body. And that will also give the same information for priority 2, for example. You need water to be clean enough to drink, or enough water to drink, or things like that. And ditto for whatever values are identified as sliding within policy 3. Now if there's enough of every resource that's being managed to provide for all 3 priorities, then everybody's happy and we don't need to think too hard about it. If all 3 priorities are provided for, then there's not really a need to think about the hierarchy at all beyond that. So if, for example, water bottom plants are being picked on today, but if, for example, there's already sufficient provision for drinking water, me coming along and saying I want to set up Simon's ultra clean water bottling plant and sell it to the people who live in the local town, I'm just another commercial industrial user. There's no need to give me a special priority because my use, my activity happens to relate to drinking water. So long as the priority has been provided for, that there's already provision for enough water in the town supply or other takes, or the right for individual rural takes for drinking water, if that's already been provided for in the planning exercise, then that's job done. It's not about whether my extra activity happens to relate to one of those priorities and I get some special credit or priority because of that. That probably takes us to paragraph 62, which is at the consenting level. And so that's a little bit different to the regional planning exercise, although the NOF clearly still applies because there's the reference on the NPSFM to outcomes of the NOF being implemented in resource consent conditions. At the consent level, it's the effects of the proposed activity on the priorities that have to be considered. And in doing so, the position is as Ms. Hunter described. If I'm seeking a consent to advance a lower order priority, I can't expect to be doing that in a way that means that a higher order priority is no longer being which is essentially my mortgage analogy. If I want to spend my money to pay back mum, I can only do that if I pay back the bank with the loan shark first. So that's how I look at the priorities, and in my submission, that's how they're supposed to be approached. That still leaves the question of what's included in the second priority. It's fine and good for me to describe the accounting exercise, but we still need to know what the second priority is supposed to be dealing with. So under Te Mana O to Y, it's the water which is fundamentally important. I don't think there's any doubt that it's a water-centric concept. And what LFYP1, which is the relevant policy, is trying to do is to give greater direction as to what that second priority means. And what it's saying is that it's about the water itself being healthy for humans. That means healthy to touch, healthy to swallow, and healthy to take food from. This view, I suggest, is consistent with the water-centric nature of Te Mana O to Y. There's a question that was asked of me, I think by Commissioner Cubitt, put to me, which is that if priority 2 has that meaning, then doesn't it become redundant because healthy water under priority 1 is going to meet both priorities 1 and 2. That's not the case. Quality and quantity sufficient for healthy water bodies and ecosystems is not the same as quality and quantity needed for human health. Essentially what that boils down to is that the needs of fish are not the same as the needs of humans, although they're similar in many respects. Ms. Boyd gave the example of bacterial contamination. A simpler, for me, example is water quantity. Fish may need the water to be this high. Having enough drinking water may mean water needs to drop to this level. Under the hierarchy, the fish win. So that's why we have a priority 2 in my submission. If that priority is extended to include food, then it becomes difficult to distinguish priority 2 from priority 3. And in saying all this, I understand the point that to be healthy, or if you were just to sit down and forget about all of this and make a list and say, well, what are the health needs of humans? There is a very good chance that food would be on that list. I'll put it right up there. Break my no betting rule. So I get that when something is talking about the health needs of humans, it's counterintuitive to think, well, surely that includes food. In this instance, there's the point that it's a water-centric concept. There's the conceptual approach to the hierarchies that we're not talking about the activities, we're talking about the impacts on the water that provides for those things. And also there's the drafting point that, well, if I was sitting down to draft that, that part of the priorities, and I intended it to include food, I would have said and food, such as drinking water and food, or I would have said nothing. Anyway, moving on, the problem with it, well, it's really a series of questions you get when, if you're thinking that priority 2 should be extended to food. I mean, this is the point that was, there was a discussion at some point, I think, to do with water for cherries and how you distinguish between the domestic cherry trees and the export cherry trees, and whether they're in fact separate, and whether the reality is that the water's just going to get used for both, which of course is the reality. Or maybe the reference to food and the generosity element of Manaakitanga mean that feeding the world is actually part of priority 2. That's, that would be one way of approaching that. Then you get questions as to whether there's a distinction between water for crops and water for stock. I think there was a suggestion at some point along the line that vegetables are more healthy than meat, and therefore they should be in, and you know, water for stock and irrigation should be out. Then you get the often mentioned point about grapes, and if they get turned into wine, whether that's a health need too. And if you take the normal view that wine is not in fact a health need, and it's possibly at the root of quite a few health problems, does that mean that other unhealthy food and beverages should be excluded? Should taking water for Coca-Cola be out, but taking water for to come out and tap and drink should be in? And how do we distinguish that if we think that it's only the healthy stuff that's in? The obvious way is by the level of processing, but then what level of processing? You get into the whole argument that was a bit of fun when the concept of GST off fruit and vegetables came in, and the explanation of how cabbage is fine and coleslaw is okay, but if there's some dressing included, then coleslaw is not okay, so you pay your GST. It becomes very difficult. And you also run into difficulty as to, well, if it's food, why is it not other health needs? When I go to hospital, I want the machines that do whatever they do to keep working, and that needs electricity. And then you get into an issue if you think about electricity as well. Is it the electricity for medical devices, or is it the electricity more broadly, and that to be healthy I need to be warm, and electricity keeps me warm? Or if it's not that broad, you know, most electricity is used for other stuff. So what's the cutoff? So I guess the point of highlighting all that is to submit, and this is at paragraph 83, that the simplest and I submit most obvious in context of Te Mana Atiwai meaning is that priority 2 is water sufficient for human health needs related to the water itself. What that means is to harvest from it, touch it, and to drink it. So that brings me to the proposed LFY P3A integrated catchment management policy. And before I talk about that, I just want to be very clear that neither me nor the Regional Council is against integrated catchment management. And it may kind of come across that way because we're very much against this policy. To my knowledge, which goes back longer than I was about, as Ms. Boyd just mentioned more recently, the regional council has been promoting and encouraging and endeavouring to engage with catchment management groups and catchment management for a very long time, and it's pointed out in the beef and lamb submissions, I think, that that's been a consistent approach in the Otago region. So that the idea of integrated catchment management is not at all foreign to the regional council, and is not something that there is opposition to. It's this policy which elevates that to a must do and elevates a number of other things to must do's, which we don't like, which simply cannot be included in the regional policy statement. And there are a number of reasons for that. I'm going to try not to repeat what Ms. Boyd said about an hour ago. So paragraph 86, I've set out the text of the policy, and I think I would like to go through that because I think it's the simplest way of highlighting why it cannot stand. So clause 1, which is to do with the application of it's to do with engagement. And so when developing and implementing planning instruments to affect the objectives and policies, etc., Otago Regional Council must actively engage with local communities in terms of whenua at the rohe and catchment level. Well, that engagement was already provided for in the NPSFM. And the NPSFM spells out how to do it. And that engagement has to happen at every step of the National Objectives Framework process. And that process is the process of developing and implementing planning instruments that's referred to in subclause 1 here. And whether the engagement is at rohe or catchment level or FMU level or party FMU level is going to be fact specific and will flow from the previous steps in the objectives framework, depending upon where you are. And so you simply cannot have a higher level policy that cuts across that and says, well, don't care, it's got to be at rohe and catchment level. That may well be what happens. It's just that it cannot be predetermined at this stage. So turning to clause 2, provide for integrated management at a catchment level. We're supporting the establishment of integrated catchment management groups to incorporate ORC with local and community and tangata whenua representatives. So that's not especially objectionable. I'm just highlighting there that it's presupposing catchment level. But the thing about that is that again, it's not something to dictate at the RPS level. As you've heard, it's something the regional councils in fact already doing on a voluntary basis. Actually, I should. So I need to mention at the outset that pilot work that OSC's already doing, which has been referred to in the beef and lamb submissions and again by Ms. Boyd this morning. That's a pilot. How it evolves is yet to be seen. Memory serves that it has some funding from MFE to explore integrated catchment management and promoting and participating in catchment management groups. The catchment action plans that are referred to in that context are not necessarily the action plans under the NPSFM. And so that work that's being done with catchment management groups, it may well evolve into action plans in terms of the NOF, but right now that's not what it is. It's how it'll pan out, we don't know yet because it's a pilot. That's one of the reasons for doing it. But the point is that we can't be stating now that that's what must necessarily continue to be done. That exercise at catchment level, it may or may not end up that way. The other thing I want to highlight about that is that the catchment management group, it consists of representatives of Tangata Whenua and the local community and the regional council. And that's important because if we jump over the page to clause 3, the last part of the highlighted words, we can see that we've got catchment action plans being prepared in accordance with 3.15 of the NPSFN. So these are clearly intended to be action plans in terms of the NOF. And so that in itself is quite important. But subclause 3 has these action plans in terms of the NPSFN being prepared by the catchment groups, which consist of the ORC and representatives. First thing is that it has to be ORC that prepares an action plan under the NPSFN. It's not a function that can be passed off to a catchment group. Preparing an action plan under 3.15 also requires consultation with Tangata Whenua and the local community and communities. Now that may be met by having a catchment group of the type just described, or it may not. Generally with consultation you would expect all members of the community to have the opportunity to have their say depending on the importance of what you're consulting on. Then if we look at what the plans are going to deal with, the first item is to develop visions, identify values and environmental outcomes for Otago's catchments, and the methods to achieve those outcomes, including as required by the NOF process. That's putting things back to front. Where the visions get decided is right here by this panel. Recommendations are shortly to be made, which will include the objectives, which are the visions for the FMUs and part FMUs in Otago. Those are the visions that action plans have to give effect to if they're under the NPSFN. That's the role of an action plan to achieve the visions that we've got. It's entirely inappropriate to set up a regime literally a couple of clauses away from the visions that are supposed to be given effect to, which says we're going to set up some catchment groups to come up with some different visions. If there's something wrong with the visions in front of us, that should be the submission. And the same point applies with respect to identifying values and environmental outcomes. That's what's to happen in the regional planning process to implement the NOF. And that's where it has to happen. It's what the National Policy Statement says. The job of action plans is to implement those things. So, I think I've probably covered everything that follows on that topic by working through the revision. This is simply not a policy you can have. Ms. Boyd's right when she says there should be a method. She's proposed a method. It has to be voluntary. And that's my submission on that topic. So that brings us to LFW01A, which is vision set for each FMU and Rohi. first topic to touch on is a region-wide objective. So Ms. Boyd's proposed that common elements in the long-term visions form a new region-wide objective. Under clause 332A of the RPS-FM, long-term visions can be set at FMU, part of FMU or catchment level. They can't be set on a region-wide basis. By the way, it's page 14. In this instance, what Ms. Boyd has identified is that there is some commonality between the visions. Where you've got the same words expressed in different places, it's good drafting practice to bring them together and say so once. I think when questioned in opening, I said that I viewed that as a matter of form rather than substance. The one thing we do need to be careful of is to make it clear that each vision has in fact been set for each FMU or part FMU. Otherwise, there's a risk you have a technical breach of the NPS FM. Ms. McIntyre proposed some introductory words to each vision in addition to the matters in LFFW01A to address that point. To put it beyond doubt, I've suggested a couple of other amendments which Ms. Boyd's adopted, and they are to change the title, so it's instead of calling it just a region-wide objective, to call it vision set for each FMU in Rohe, and to make the introductory words in each FMU and Rohe. And that's just to make it clear that each of those visions has been set for each FMU, not as a region-wide vision. So next up is fish passage and the meaning of river. The recommended text of Objective 1A3 is that Indigenous species migrate easily within and between catchments. Mr. Taylor gave evidence that DCC's stormwater network includes many piped watercourses, sometimes divided by open watercourses with drop structures that are a barrier to fish passage. He states that these piped watercourses are classified as rivers under the RMA. The panel requested a memorandum from DCC, which was provided. The submission I have to make, which is at paragraph 115, is that in context of the objective above, it's immaterial whether an impediment to fish migration is in a river as defined in the Act or not, because either way it impacts on freshwater ecology and is contrary to the objective set out above. And so when you consider Mr. Taylor's concerns, that needs to be premised on the basis that if there is an impediment to fish passage, it's going to be contrary to that objective, and it's not going to depend upon the technicality of whether it's in a river as defined in the Act or not. Just for the sake of completeness, a piped watercourse will not ever be a river for RMA purposes, and that's because the definition of river requires flowing fresh water, and the water definition excludes excludes water which is in pipes. Anyway, the point there is that in terms of the objective, it's of no consequence whether it's a river or not. What matters is whether it blocks fish passage or not. Next topic is naturally baselines and a pre-human state, which has cropped up a few times, and on which I have some comments, albeit not complete certainty. So 01A4 provides natural form, function and character of water bodies reflects their natural characteristics and natural behaviours to the greatest extent practicable. And I'd just like to jump in there that the most important thing about this is the words that are actually used in the objective. I haven't, over the page, got for you a special legal definition that tells you this is exactly what natural means in this context. And just looking at the ordinary words, it's quite clear that the objective is to get things to their natural, which generally means free of human intervention state, to the greatest extent practicable. And so the words that really matter in that objective are in fact the greatest extent practicable, because that's really the litmus test to whether and what you've got to do to achieve the objective. And just on that topic, we discussed possible and practicable quite a lot during the hearing. I think that's quite well understood. That the use of the words greatest extent is simply intended to mean that if you've got in front of you 3 practicable options to do something, you use the one that takes you the closest to your objective. But it remains the case that it still has to be practicable. And those words, and I should stop talking because these are actually Ms. Boyd's point, but just to round it out, I mean, those words are intended to recognise that Otago is full of, quite heavily modified water bodies and water courses, and a stronger objective would be at odds with reality. Anyway, as to what natural means, so jumping ahead to paragraph 121, generally means something that's not made or caused by humans. Naturally has a corresponding meaning, i.e. without human intervention. It's worth noting that in the resource management context, quite often natural doesn't require a completely natural state. It's something that's cropped up in the natural landscape cases. In the MPSFM, there's a definition of naturally occurring process, which says that a naturally occurring process means a process that occurs or would occur in the absence of human activity. But the context in which that definition is used as assessing deteriorating trends as an exception to national bottom lines, and in determining whether something is degraded or degrading. And these are not contexts which are relevant to the objective we're talking about. They're all to do with excluding natural changes when you're assessing human impact. Clause 3.25 has a definition for determining whether a river is naturally soft-bottomed or naturally hard-bottomed, and that definition has naturally as meaning its state before the arrival of humans in New Zealand. That definition is reasonably significant. And it's significant because it applies solely in context of clause 3.25. So that before the arrival of humans state, and the MPSFM using it in a way that it applies solely in clause 3.25 tells us that that's not what's intended when the word natural or naturally is used elsewhere. We can also take some guidance from the National Objectives Framework. Natural form and character is an Appendix 1B value, which must be considered for each FMU or part FMU. If present, have an environmental outcome, and if practicable, attributes need to be identified in their baseline states and target attribute states set. Importantly, baseline state for an attribute is defined in clause 1.4 to mean the best of state when the attribute is identified, the date, the relevant objective, i.e. this one was set, or 7 September 2017. In practical terms, that means the status quo, i.e. the state of something now. There's also a description of natural form and character in Appendix 1B, which is at page 41, and I'm not repeating here. But it appears from that a pre-human state's not contemplated with reference to characteristics valued by the community and the relative dominance of Indigenous flora and fauna. So 132, I've already talked about the context in which the word's used being the most important thing. And got ahead of myself in describing what Ms. Boyd had said. And so that takes us to paragraph 134, where I submit that as it stands, the objective does not contemplate a natural as in pre-human state, but clearly does contemplate movement in that direction if practicable. In 135, so an observation really that because natural form and character is one of the values that the NOF is going to assess, how that plays out is going to be part of the National Objectives Framework process. Where that value is identified, you're going to end up with assuming some attributes can be identified, a baseline state, which is not supposed to get worse, and a target state. So that brings us to FWP7A, water allocation and use. Council for Strathclyde Water and others argues that the OSC submissions don't identify a provision in the NPSFM which more specific provision for water allocation to defend against. They reference paragraphs 30 to 65 of OSC's opening submissions. Paragraphs referenced in OSC submissions identify all or near all of the National Objective Framework provisions in the NPSFM, and that's the point. The National Objectives Framework provides a detailed process at the end of which water allocation provisions were made to achieve long-term visions and policies and objective of the NPSFM. It's premature to specify now that priority will be given to the lowest water use per hectare or greatest economic return on employment per volume of water used or similar. That could well end up being where you land in certain FMUs or for certain water bodies or in certain contexts, but it's not something that we can specify now. Try and stop running through the elements of the NOF process time and time again, but that's what we have to do. We go through that process, and at the end of it, those sorts of decisions will get made. Paragraph 140, note the panel chair asked Mr. Johnson about what legal basis there might be to emphasise efficiency above all else. So on that topic, I'll add that clause 3.28 of the NPSFM requires regional plans, not regional policy statements, regional plans to include criteria for deciding how to improve and maximise the efficient allocation of water, which includes economic, technical and dynamic efficiency, and to include methods to encourage the efficient use of water. So efficiency is clearly important, but in terms of 3.28, it's not limited to economic benefit, and it's something to be maximised and encouraged. So it follows that efficiency is not emphasised above all else, and whether particular characteristics of efficient use, for example, the most dollars for the fewest litres, should prevail over all else, can't be determined at the RPS level. And that, I'll just stress that doing that is expressly a job for the regional plan, not the regional policy statement. I observed that you also couldn't do this on a regional-wide basis because different FMUs or part FMUs would have different visions which inform the NOF and may split out different results. Ms. Lim has subsequently filed a memorandum containing Mr. Johnson's proposed amendments The difference in proposed amendments is not as to the efficiency criteria. It's proposing that that policy would either apply to named catchments, which are known to be short on water, or to have a generic description that it would apply to over-allocate catchments. And in my submission, that doesn't change anything relevant to the submission I've just made. So the submission is that policy should not be adopted. Water efficiency criteria for the regional plan be determined under 3.28 of the RPS and the National Objectives Framework. So that brings us to policy 9, protecting natural wetlands. So the point that we discussed earlier, that deals with paragraphs 177 through 199. So I think the rest of it remains relevant. But I'm going to try and put it in a simpler way, because this whole aspect with policy 9 and its change to the NPSFM definition and then the NPSIB coming into being and the various criticisms that have been made, I've found myself anyway quite difficult to keep track of, and I found it quite hard to identify what the specific issues actually are. And part of the reason for having such a long submission there is to set out the background to it, which the panel may have itself managed to keep better track of than I have. So what?
I just wonder, Mr. Anderson, whether Ms. Boyd and yourself are going to consider this issue afresh, given what's just been discussed. And is it easier for you to do that rather than try and do it on the hoof now and do that, in a considered way and present that as a separate response by the 26th or not?
I was forced to turn down the chance of more time and a second crack at something. So that is sensible, and I appreciate that. But the other issue, which is the policy gap, I may just be able to put it to you quite simply with the benefit of a 12-minute break to do that.
Well, let's park that for the moment. We'll finish your submission, go with a cup of tea, and then we come back and deal with the gap.
Right, so I'm going to put a turn over a corner at page 18 and skip ahead to page 30. That's quick progress. So that's we're now on to process matters. The first is engage versus consult. It's been submitted that the requirement to engage in the NPSFM imposes a higher standard than to consult. The words have very similar meanings. consult in dictionary sense is to seek from the person consulted information, opinion, advice. That core meaning remains when consult's used in the legal context with the addition of procedural overlays, such as in Section 82 of the Local Government Act. Engage has a slightly different dictionary meaning of involve or participate or cooperate with, and other meanings which aren't relevant. I haven't found any relevant legal procedural overlay or statement as to what the word engage means in this context. The engagement requirement needs to be read in the context in which it's used. Under the NPSFM, regional councils must engage with communities in tangata whenua, firstly to determine how te mana o te wai is applied in the region, secondly to identify long-term visions, and thirdly at each stage of the says NPF process, it should say NOF process. Also under clause 3.155, regional councils must consult with communities in tangata whenua before preparing or amending action plans. And incidentally, there was an exchange at some point during the hearing where there was an answer to the effect that there isn't a consultation requirement for action plans. There is, it's at 3.15 subclause 5. No consultation, no action plan. So it's very difficult to see the use of the word engage rather than consult as being especially significant. But from the context in which the word's used, it does seem to contemplate that the engagement obligation arises at the outset, and it's a continuing obligation that you can see at each step through the process. And so that suggests to me that the way the word is used in the NPSFM, communities in tangata whenua are to be involved in shaping proposals rather than simply responding to something that the regional council has already formulated. And the same appears to apply to the consultation obligation in preparing action plans. And I observe that a read of the Section 32 report appears consistent with that. So my submission is that there's no real special significance to attach to using the word engage rather than consult. What you've actually got to do is look at the sentences that it's used in, and it's quite clear that there's quite a, well, I would actually describe it as quite an onerous obligation to engage, not just at the start, but really before the start, and then to keep engaging as you go through this process. And so the real significance is in the way that word's used to require you to go back to the community and tangata whenua time and time again. And to the extent the regional council has been criticised for not adequately engaging, my original submission stands, which is that this process, and that's talking about engagement on the visions, by the way, this process that we're having right now, the couple of weeks we've spent hearing submissions and evidence, cures any failure. Everybody has had more than adequate opportunity to say whatever it is they wish to say on the topic of the visions. And I don't want to overstate this, but I do recall that point being put to a number of council during the course of the hearings, and I don't recall anybody disagreeing with it. Then we come to the interface with other national policy statements, which is relevant because of the Port Otago decision. So during the hearing, turns out my opening submission was a bit optimistic in that regard. During the hearing, we've heard suggestions that the NPSFM may conflict with our policy statements for urban development, highly productive land, renewable electricity generation and electricity transmission. And of course, the consequence of the Supreme Court judgment is that where this conflict, it might be the case, but not necessarily that some resolution needs to be included in the regional policy statement. So there was a minute that allowed until last Friday for submitters to put forward anything they wish to on on that topic. I gather we went on the website when I was looking at this over the weekend, but I gather there are some submissions made, and so that's something that will be responded to by the 29th of September. And so if anybody's seeing light at the end of the tunnel, that's probably the sound of the train whistling. Anyway, being more optimistic, the final process point, of course, is how do we integrate the non-FPI and the FPI. So what we have are separate processes being followed to prepare a single regional policy statement. It's tried to say that the result must be an integrated and internally consistent regional policy statement. Now, I want to stress that neither instrument has to be prepared without regard for the other. Each is a proposed regional policy statement to which regard may be had in the hearing of the other. Doing that's essential if integrated management is to be achieved in terms of section 59. And to avoid any technical issue with that, all of the evidence from the non-freshwater hearing has been introduced in evidence at this hearing as well. So, to integrate two instruments, the ORC proposal is that firstly, this panel makes its recommendations to the ORC on the freshwater planning instrument part of the RPS. That's the end of the freshwater hearing. The non-freshwater panel would then set a timetable for firstly ORC to file a memorandum and any relevant planning or other evidence as to the impact of the freshwater recommendations on the non-freshwater parts. Next step, submitters get the chance to add whatever they wish to that. Final step, ORC replies. I think it's necessary to reserve leave for any party to seek that the non-freshwater hearing be reconvened in person for submissions or evidence on any substantive matter arising from the freshwater recommendations. But I do not expect that to be needed, and I do not expect there to be, in the course of that little process, submissions as to substantive matters. This should be consequential amendments and things of that nature. I probably shouldn't have just said that because it's really tempting the fates by doing so. Anyway, at the end of that, the non-freshwater panel would make its recommendations to the Regional Council, and I've just noted that the same approach was proposed in our submissions on the land and freshwater part of the non-freshwater hearing and repeated in closing at the non-freshwater hearing. And to my knowledge, nobody's expressed any opposition to that approach being taken. And so after dealing with any comments or questions this panel has on that process, I then file a memorandum with the other panel making the same suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We'll take a break for a cup of tea, and it gives us a chance to have a discussion about this process part. So when we look forward to seeing, we might take a little longer, might make it 3:30, which might make it difficult for you in the sport. Yeah, right. So we'll reconvene at 3:30. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just personal observation and experience and engage versus consult. When I got engaged, my ability to consult completely disappeared. Don't record that.
All right. So there's really only one main issue that remains, which is what's been referred to as the policy gap. And I think I can address you on that now. In fact, I think it's better to address you and deal with any questions.
Thank you.
Perhaps if I think of anything else, I'll include that. So if we go to page 18, and paragraphs 149 through to 164, you might just note that that could be read if you are interested, because it sets out the background in terms of policy 9 and how it's evolved as the NPSFM was changed and then the NPSIB came into being. It's not essential for what we're about to discuss. So if we look at my handwritten diagram, and if you count actually I'll show these 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. This is all dealing with natural inland wetlands, which is the issue that we disposed of just after the lunch break, probably. And that aspect is giving effect to policy 6 in the NPSFM. And I'll just mention how I've described it for context. So the left-hand column is talking about the pasture exclusion element of the definition in the NPSFM. The next column is just noting that throughout the regional policy statement has included the coastal marine area, which is not relevant to any issue in front of us. The next column is whether the RPS then applies NPSFM clause 3.22 to natural inland wetlands. And then the final column is the exception to have Indigenous biodiversity dealt with under the eco provisions in the RPS. And so that fourth column is now gone. And I'll just make the observation, which relates to the first column. That's whether the RPS has adopted the same pasture exclusion element in the relevant definition for natural inland wetlands, even though that's had a different name in the RPS from time to time, and in fact adopted all the other relevant parts of that definition. And throughout this process of RPS being notified, the NPSFM definition being amended in 2022, NPSIB coming into force, and the present set of recommendations, the relevant definition in the RPS has always included the same pasture exclusion rule. So what has happened in the policy gap is not the RPS deciding to have a different definition. If you look at the definition right now, it simply adopts the NPSFM definition of natural inland wetland. The far right-hand column is dealing with wetlands which are not natural inland wetlands. So you might think of them as lesser wetlands, but it's the class of wetlands that falls outside the natural inland wetland definition. And in the NPSFM, there is policy 6, which deals specifically with natural inland wetlands, and that flows through to clause 3.22 and so on. But there are other policies which apply to all wetlands, which are mentioned in Ms. Boyd's various evidence. and that the relevant policies are 9 and 5. And so when Ms. Boyd referred to discovering a policy gap, it was not that the change to the MPSFM definition meant there's now a gap over there. What it did was highlight that in the RPS, from the date it was notified up until today, it had not had provision dealing with, or specifically policy 9 and wetlands, which are not natural inland wetlands. And how this came into focus was when looking at the implications of the MPSIB, and referred to in Ms. Boyd's evidence and referred to in my submissions, there was a report to council in July of this year about progress dealing with the new MPSFM definition, the new pasture exclusion methodology, which made it clear that that was going to result in natural inland wetland being quite a lot narrower. That simply caused the thought process, or what does the RPS say about wetlands generally? And the answer is that in my right-hand column, you get 3 crosses until the final recommendation that's in front of the panel now. So that's to do with explaining or trying to explain what gap we're actually talking about. So the response from Ms. Boyd to that was to propose an addition to P9, FWP9 that is. And the proposed addition, and this is written down at paragraph 175.3.1 of the submissions, was to prevent activities resulting in irreversible damage to natural wetlands, i.e. all natural wetlands. That wording has been criticised as being far too strict, and that criticism has been taken on board. Essentially, we're talking about having 2 categories of wetlands, which is the cream of the crop, natural inland wetlands, and the rest. And the MPSFM has separate policy requirements for each. And so one is supposed to be more strict than the other, essentially, in my lawyer speak, which if Ms. Boyd's managed to get online and start watching it, she'll probably cringe about. So as a result of the submissions and what's been said about that wording during this hearing, Ms. Boyd has now proposed different wording, which is the result of discussions with other experts, which I've noted down somewhere in the written submission. And so in the reply version of the regional policy statement at FWP9(2), there is wording managing activities to ensure they maintain or enhance ecosystem health, biodiversity values, hydrological functioning of natural wetlands. And the goal is that the RPS includes a policy response to MPSFM objective, which of course is the hierarchy of values, and policies 5 and 9 in connection with wetlands, which are just natural wetlands. They're not the natural inland wetlands, which get the special protection. So that's the gap that's been discovered and which the Regional Council wishes to fill. There are 2 parts to the submission. The first part is that there is simply no issue with that being a rewriting or failure to adopt the MPSFM pasture exclusion definition changes. Those changes have been expressly adopted at every step, and they apply to natural inland wetlands. And as a result of what the chair's pointed out just before lunch, that will simply be a reference to 322 in the national policy statement. What you're left with is the substance of the matter, or the substantive issue, which is simply whether the words that are proposed, taking account of what other submitters have said, are the right words, are the appropriate policy response to the policies Ms. Boyd's referred to. So essentially what I'm submitting is that you are free of the technical, you can't do that, you haven't adopted the NPS definition, it was obviously intended to change it because that has been adopted. That relates to policy 6, it relates to natural inland wetlands. And what the policy statement does is exactly what the regional policy statement does is exactly what the national policy statement says. What you are left with is simply the question of, for other wetlands, are the words that are now in front of you the right words to use for a policy response to deal with the objective and the policies Ms. Boyd's identified. And that, of course, is a matter for you based on the expert planning and policy evidence. So I won't muddy the waters by attempting a legal solution. So,
thank you. So are we to understand that Ms. Boyd is going to come back with a final set of wording?
yes, but there's no intention that the words I'm talking about change.
Right. So that's page 29, paragraph 213.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, right.
So that's the issue of the gap, and that was the other issue of substance that related to P9. I will just mention, and I'll take you to written paragraph 167 of submissions. So in the evidence that Ms. Boyd prepared on NPSIP implications, she noted an issue with that clause of the NPSIP, and that the way it was worded you potentially end up with it excluding wetlands it's supposed to apply to, because what it says is natural inland wetlands whose ecological integrity is degraded or that no longer retain their indigenous vegetation or habitat for indigenous fauna. And, almost by definition, degraded wetlands are going to drop out of the natural inland wetlands definition. Now, if I was just looking at that in isolation, I would probably submit something like, well, you obviously need to read that to give it a feet, so you might read it to mean former natural inland wetlands which have been degraded or something like that. But I don't think I need to do that because that aspect is dealt with in FWP 10 of the RPS. That policy has been there since the RPS was notified. It's the RPS policy response to policy 5 in the NPSFM There's no suggestion that it should be changed. What Ms. Boyd has observed about that provision in the NPSIB, to me, is simply an observation. Well, that's strange, but it doesn't matter because we've already got a policy that deals with that in our RPS under the NPSFM as notified. Now, I don't think anyone's submitting that the advent of the NPSIB means that P10 has to disappear or from the RPS or be changed. But if they are, there would simply be a conflict between the NPSIB and NPSFM, and the NPSFM prevails, meaning that no change is needed. So I'm mentioning that for completeness. I don't see any issue, but in context of some of the criticism of how Ms. Boyd's dealt with that provision's been mentioned, and so. But it hasn't been clear to me that anybody's been saying there needs to be a change to the existing policy 10 in the RPS. So hopefully I've made that clear. Fish.
It's interesting though that just the criticism that Ms. Boyd makes of 321 2D could actually be leveled same criticism in a way at LFWP10, because it talks about the extent of natural wetlands that have been degraded or lost, which is the same point she's making by that no longer in 321 2D, she's critical of the phraseology that no longer retain their indigenous vegetation. If P10 uses the word lost, so that I think that suggestion you made of either using the word former can make sense of the intent of the provision. Either the use of the word former as you suggested, or what I'd noted at home was possibly inserting in 321 2D the word all before the word there, so that no longer retain all their indigenous vegetation. Some change along those lines. I prefer your one to mine. And yeah, I'm just making the point. Really.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. Exactly the same issue arises in P10.
Anything else?
Yes, so what I've just take you to page 27. So what I've said orally deals with the submission points that submissions that have been made by Horticulture New Zealand and ORAG. I will just draw attention to paragraph 208 of the written submission, so 207. Just to note that the section 32 report and the passage cited in the ORAG submission doesn't relate to the issue that the GAP is addressing. And beyond noting that, I'll just draw attention to paragraphs 216 through 219 of the written submission, which is scope and delay points raised by council for Oceana Gold, essentially saying that raising these issues or the GAP issue was too late. And to that I'd say that the relevant evidence was lodged well before this hearing. Everyone's had the opportunity to respond and there can't be any prejudice. There was also a point raised that the Kaitahu submission footnoted doesn't provide a basis for the recommendation made. And I just note that it was in fact Kaitahu and forest and bird submissions that were relied on. But that in any event, this panel was not constrained by the scope of submissions made. By way of dealing with those 2 points. And so that is my submissions, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions there may be.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Start again with Commissioner Solomon. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Anderson. Got lots of notes through here, but most of it you'll be pleased to know isn't questions. I did, however, have a question on your paragraph 130, where you were talking about baseline attribute states. And I'll just get the definition here. Baseline state definition, which you're referring to from clause 1.4. And you say in practical terms the status quo. Are you referring there to effectively the A, B and C under the definition of baseline state effectively mean where we're at now, or?
Just in terms of the discussion that we were, this is directed towards.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously one of the dates is 2017, so if anything's changed for the worse since then the 2017 state would be the baseline state.
Because I suppose I was just looking at those 3 dates and thinking, you know, the NPSFM is obviously trying to draw distinctions between A, B and C there, and was just interested in, when you say the status quo, I suppose I was assuming that there probably needs to be a bit more of a lens over it to work out what the states are at certain points than just, it's about now. I wasn't quite sure where you were taking that.
No, I wasn't suggesting we could ignore those dates or that they can be ignored in the course of an off process. Just that in terms of us thinking about naturally, big picture, they're essentially saying the baseline is now.
Yeah, right.
And
with some subtle kind of distinctions.
So I mean, it's going to be a really difficult job because as you get into the NOF, you identify attributes, you have to identify a baseline state. As you just pointed out, there are 3 potential dates. For some things, that magnifies the work by 3. Identifying past states is difficult. I think that's what's provided for. And probably the more important thing about it is that except for the national bottom lines, these baseline states are, and again I'm oversimplifying, that's the do not let it get worse than state.
Okay. No, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. Seems just on that same issue, I had some questions around that because the way you put that, I'm having a time really to put it together. But if we take that date and you refer to Appendix 1B, natural form and character, I think that discussion was in context of. So if we looked at that, so the Clutha hydro scheme on the Clutha, pretty much set in stone, that's the natural state of that river. And we can also apply that to a lot of those modified waterways in the lower Clutha. That's kind of what we're indicating here, that's the natural form of the state. So a lot of the concerns that have been raised about that. We can't get worse than that, but we can do better. But I'm just trying to understand that in the context of how the policies might work.
Yes, well, well, you're absolutely right. That is the state now, and that's going to be the not get worse than state. And in terms of the relevant objective, what's being proposed is a practicability description for the doing better part of the equation. But of course, that's the objective, and what's yet to play out is the regional plan process giving effect to the NOF and identifying what, if any, target can come out of that.
Yes, in the context of the Cletha, though, you've got the recognition of the hydro scheme, so in that circumstance, at least, can get worse.
Yeah, I would underscore the words, if any, in the sentence. So.
Yeah. I was just trying to get my head around how that works. Actually, haven't really put that together. So, I want to go back to your discussion around Tomato. Why when you referred to the Southland and water plan case, the protection of Murray as an outcome. And that's what ORAD was suggesting, that's an outcome. And in this context, I think they were suggesting, well, that's the anticipated environmental outcome. So, but the way back now, the way the concept is set out in 1.3, it starts with protecting the health of the freshwater, protects the health and well-being of the wider environment, and then that protects the mode. Whereas here they're arguing that, well, it's the other way around. The protection of the Murray has become the objective. And it sort of occurred to me when we had that discussion with Ms. Border around the discharge for a new industrial purpose, for example, has to go land. And even if that water quality coming out into that water body was actually a better quality than already there, that would still be culturally offensive. How do we deal with those sorts of dilemmas, or because that's a cultural impact? Environmentally, it's actually probably a better outcome. And the way the objectives are as expressed, you couldn't do that even if you wanted.
Yes, I'm just trying to bring up the actual wording of the objective. So my reading of the objective was consistent with the position I submitted. So that Maori of Otago's water bodies is protected. So, and then it goes on to talk about water as the foundational source of life and so on. I don't think there's an easy answer to that question, because it's not, actually we're doing a disservice to say this was the overall submission, but it's not, it doesn't all boil down to a series of numbers arising from water quality measurements. There is going to be the NOF process, which for us right now is kind of this black box that we think is somehow going to spit out all the answers. Part of that process, I mean, the values that are going to be identified include values that are relevant to that issue, and
Yeah, I think it was more a philosophical concern around how it's phrased that came first, when it's something that falls out of dealing with health and well-being, rather that being the thing that defines the objective, because only one group can actually define that. So it's quite difficult for others. They didn't have an argument with that being in there, but it's suggesting that the order's wrong, I guess, is what they were suggesting.
Yeah, I understand the point. I mean, what really matters is what the meaning of the words is. I don't see any issue with the order in itself. If the objection to it is that the order is to do with the relative importance, the wording around Te Mana o Te Wai in clause 1.3 is saying that, among other things, that we are doing this to protect the Maori of the Wai, and so that being the end, the fundamental end of either preserving that or restoring it. I don't see any issue with it being the second word in the sentence. But it does get very difficult very quickly once you try to go beyond that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Your discussion around the priorities, when I look at them in your paragraph 83, about the fish needing this, we take that, well, the priorities actually really seem to go to quality rather than quantity. The only one that may have a quantity aspect is probably harvest. Maybe that's not quantity of water. Well, it could be. It's really a quality issue in the second one.
I don't think so, because drinking water definitely has a quantity element to it. I did think about this because it would make the argument a lot easier if it was purely a quality issue. And there's a case to be made for that. But when I was considering it, I found it hard to get past the, well, firstly, the point that if there's a town or city, it needs a volume of drinking water. And secondly, that even harvesting, there's a quantity that's required for there to actually be some food to harvest. That point, though,
It's going to be promoted as the touch and taste and immersive element to it. Okay.
We're just on that, and sorry to belabor it, but one way of reading the words in priority 2, which I haven't submitted on, which is relevant to what you just said, is instead of such as drinking water, such as drinking water, i.e. the act of drinking water. Which, so underscore but the quality in fact we get. Need some.
I'll leave that because I think we're just probably going to go around in circles. The integrated management policy, you raised your concerns with that. I was just wondering, is that because it's more of a process part of the NPS, this is how you do things? bearing in mind the RPS, you can be more stringent, but does that apply to the process? Can we require people to do more things in the RPS things, the MPS things?
Well, yes, you can, as you say, you can be more stringent. And it's in terms of lawfulness, subject to the points that were made about, the requirement to provide funding to Kaitaru for certain things. You can require the regional council to do more. But with that policy, there's the process element, which is that in terms of the MPS, it just doesn't sit there as a policy. Under the MPS, it comes at the end. Your action plans come out of the NOF, they don't feed into it.
Yeah, I accept all that, just that it's how you get there, I guess.
And as I've said, the regional council has been promoting and involved in catchment level planning for a long time and continues to be. And I don't think it really needs any compulsion to do that. And even with that method that Ms. Boyd's proposed, it's expressed as may. And we do, I guess, just need to be a little bit careful about that line of cases to do with imposing unfunded obligations on councils that are outside the regulatory framework.
The only other question I had was in relation to your discussion on Mr. Taylor's evidence with the DCC around the pipe water course issue. And you say either way, it's contrary to that objective because it impacts on freshwater ecology. But I'm trying to understand what you're getting at there, because I understood that what he was saying, well, that's the pipe water courses, therefore they're not water as defined under the RMA. So how does it shouldn't apply? Or was he not saying that? Or maybe I'm saying that. The definition of water doesn't include water in a pipe. So how can we extend those provisions, freshwater ecology provisions, to that? Why should we be dealing with fish passage in artificial channels, I guess?
Well, I think what he was saying is that they are rivers that therefore we're captured by this policy and this objective, and we shouldn't be. What I'm saying is not especially that pipes and artificial structures and what have you should be captured. I'm just saying that as a matter of law, you've got to consider that objective on the basis that whether it's in a river as defined or not, if you've got a structure that is operating to stop or to interfere with species migration, it's potentially or most likely going to be captured by that objective. So the wording of the objective needs to take that into account.
You know, I guess the issue is raising as well, parts of it is technically a river, but parts of it is pipe, so there's no fresh water in it. So you've got these isolated chunks. How do you deal with that? It wouldn't apply in parts of that particular water course body, whatever you want to call it, because it's artificially cut up by the act.
Well, in a practical sense, I think there are the real world act of dealing with it is not that difficult. So if we just think about what this is trying to capture, so fish are migrating, it's assumed they're migrating upstream. if you have a pipe that is coming to discharge into the river, you can end up with fish going up the pipe instead of up the river. And so you would normally have something which prevents that from happening. That's the simple and I'm told oft used solution. And much further down the policy framework, you find requirements of that nature to achieve objectives just like this one. So I'm struggling to see it as a hugely difficult thing to deal with in a practical sense. I really just wanted to make clear that it's for a different reason. Mr. Taylor is right that there is an issue with that applying to at least some of those artificial and piped stormwater works.
Yeah, I mean, I think possibly some practical constraints that cost money. Yeah, no, okay, thank you for that. I'll leave the chair to talk to you about the last section of your legal submissions.
Yeah, I actually don't have much to discuss other than to just go to your paragraph 2, 3, and 1. What do you actually mean there? I mean, you said it before, but I'm still kind of trying to decipher in my mind.
What I mean is that if there is a person who considers that whatever they said about what should or shouldn't be included in the visions is concerned that hasn't flowed through into the actual visions that are in the RPS, or they haven't been heard or they've been misconstrued, they've had the opportunity to submit in writing on the RPS and to turn up at this hearing and say, well, I said the vision should be whatever, and it should be for these reasons, and be heard. And because there's that opportunity, even if they weren't heard properly earlier, it's now cured.
Because I suppose the test would be in the eating, wouldn't it? Whether people do then come out and if they still perceive there to be failings in the system, that they will make those known and bring it to the attention of the authorities as they see it.
Yes, I think that's right. And obviously not everybody participates in these processes.
Yes, well, that's the other question I had too. Because I'm thinking particularly about tangata whenua, of course. I mean, although, I mean, Ms. Boyd made the point earlier on about how the processes has sort of improved quite markedly because of the ongoing interaction with Aokaha and Marama and that sort of thing, you know. So there's that. I mean, there's evidence. We've heard what they've had to say, you know, continuously through the whole process, which for some of us who've been around a long time, it's music to just to observe that these things do and can happen and are happening right now. And that's why I was just uncertain about what she actually meant there by curing any perceived failings in the engagement system. Because you're right, the words engagement and consult are often misunderstood or they're mixed. And it kind of depends on where you're standing. I mean, if you go to a marae, they'll define it quite differently the way that you and I are defining it here. And whether there's an actual strict or correct definition of the words, both words, is almost immaterial because that's the way they kind of feel, which is sort of, you know, it just again sheets home the difficulty we had around the word Modi, for example. I know, I mean, I pushed it all the way through. But it was partly just to see what people's understanding was. And I have to say, I have a level of sympathy for the way that you've explained it here. I'm not sure that it's quite got there yet. Because, I mean, I think one of the key things is the two words you used here, intact or degraded. I mean, that's what people are really talking about. You know, I mean, are we getting K out of that water? And if it isn't, it must be degraded, or there's something wrong with it. And hence, you define Modi in those terms rather than not using numbers as you referred to earlier on. And I'll just switch very quickly to the question I raised with Ms. Boyd earlier on about the use of terminology. I mean, I said I'd throw it at you anyway. Have you had pause to think about that?
I should think that I was hoping you forgot about that. From my perspective, I don't think I care too much, so long as the meaning is clear. And I guess when it comes to the use of grey, it probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. We want the use to be consistent with what partners Kotahu would use themselves or would want to be used. There's no point us using language which is does not line up with that. But from a legal perspective, the key thing is that somebody reading a policy statement needs to be able to know what it means. And this seems to be becoming increasingly difficult as there is more and more to do with policy statements and plans, and more national policy direction to try to implement, and more being done to try to achieve environmental outcomes, all of which leads to a lot of complexity. So I know there have been discussions during the course of this about, I guess, about defining terms and whether you should need to define terms because people should know what they mean. I always come down on the side of, well, let's just define it and try to achieve some clarity, or let's just try to make sure we use words that give meaning. So I'm not sure that actually answers the question. But
well, it's kind of one of those half full glasses, half empty glass, you know, sort of either the glass is half empty or something. In other words, you might have expected that because of the increasing use of vocabulary, the increasing exposure to words. I mean, you know, I use the example earlier on about the national anthem and the haka and all that sort of thing. Sometimes that sort of can flip you backwards. Too much of it gets people too confused.
yes, and I guess that I hadn't thought of it that way, but now that I do, it underscores sort of an intuitive reaction is that if there's a word used which may not be understood, let's have a glossary or a definition to tell the readers what it means. And while there may be instances where in this day and age, I don't know if this is the case in this policy statement, I'm speaking generally now, people should know what it means. Just coming across a word in a document that's a public document that you expect to be able to read it and know what the position is. If you come across some tereo in no way of knowing what it means, you're absolutely right, it just causes irritation and is counterproductive.
Thanks very much.
Probably only 3 or 4 issues, Mr. Anderson. The first one just arises at your page 8, and just looking at the priorities, second, third priorities again. And just whether you think or whether you turn your mind to whether we get any guidance for the second priority from Appendix 1A, the compulsory values, and 1B, the other values that must be considered. So, I mean, it is strange that compulsory values I see from those two appendices come in under clause 3.9. Compulsory values listed in Appendix 1 apply to every FMU. And then 2, the regional council may identify other values and must in every case consider whether the values listed in Appendix 1B apply. And when you look at Appendix 1A, I would have expected to have seen drinking water there, and it's not. But it is in 1B as in clause 2. Did you look at that and turn your mind to how that could happen?
I didn't quite get to an answer of how that could happen, but like you, I hoped some guidance and support would be found from those appendices. But as you say, drinking water is in 1B, and yet drinking water is expressly stated in priority 2. And where I landed was that for that reason, I didn't think we could get a lot of guidance out of the appendices. So I did actually try to.
I wondered whether your observation to Mr. Commissioner Hubert might have had some impact when you differentiated between the verb and the noun, and that drinking water supply is a network, if you like, or a system, and for taking water and delivering it. And so that's in Appendix 1B. But Appendix 1A, unfortunately, for that argument, just doesn't refer to drinking as a verb under the human context. It's all swimming, waka, boating, fishing, kayak, and water skiing, which you would have thought were actually quite low priorities. So I don't think that necessarily I've just come to the conclusion that those appendices aren't much of a guide or much of an assistance in trying to work out the priorities. And you, I take, reached a similar view.
Yes, that's exactly where I landed.
Yeah. The next one was just on that catchment management type approach. I mean, the thrust of the evidence that we were receiving really was that there will be a greater buy-in if a community are involved in the catchment management plan. And the response really, as I read it from Ms. Lloyd, is yes, I can see the weight of that. We can deal with it by recognising that those catchment management plans or activities, or whatever you might like to call them, are an avenue. So we'll put in the may, and ORC may do this. But I wonder whether that really on its own is sufficient to meet the concern that we were hearing in evidence, and whether it is appropriate for us, if we accept what Ms. Boyd is saying, to give that a seal of approval and saying, ORC, there's your opportunity. You may do it, but to have some reasons setting up on the basis of the evidence we've heard that the reason for doing that is because there is a recognition that we have accepted. I'm not sure what the other panel members think about that because we haven't discussed it yet, but if we were to reach that conclusion, that the reason why we've accepted that proposal from this board is because there has been a strong body of evidence from the community saying that if they've got such a catchment management plan that they're involved with, they get a greater buy-in, they get a greater percentage of success. Is that an appropriate mechanism to utilise in your view?
I think so, just with two observations. One is that the community buy-in that comes from OSC engagement in a catchment management group or similar is a function of OSC actually doing those things rather than us having a policy statement provision. So the buy-in will only come from council officers turning up, engaging, and continuing to do that. And I think that method in the May and the reasons why you consider it appropriate would all sort of underscore that. The other observation is, I guess perhaps a word of caution that sometimes listening to the evidence, it felt like things of that nature, non-regulatory measures, were considered or being put forward as the solution or a large part of the solution. There are many examples where that simply will not be the case. The NOF process ends up with a number of situations where rules with limits are the mandatory outcome. So some things where the action plan is a mandatory outcome, others where it's optional, and ditto rules and limits. They're going to come out the other end of this process, and in some instances, with all the will in the world, an action plan or a community group is not going to change that. That's a problem.
No, I hear that. Yeah. Thank you. The next one was just a point of clarification, really, which was your paragraph 131. And you've already dealt with it, 130, and you've had a discussion with Commissioner Sullivan, and I completely follow you, paragraph 130. But 131, I still struggle with. So you were saying that from the description of natural form and character in Appendix 1B, it appears that a pre-human state is not contemplated. And as you were expressing that, I was writing which provisions.
Fair enough. Probably not helpful to simply write not repeated here. It was getting late. So if you've got Appendix 1B, so I guess the first thing is that the observation is to do with something being considered to have natural form or character in the first place. And if you go to the second paragraph, the second line, it talks about characteristics that are valued by the community, which indicates, or indicated to me, that it's not necessarily something that's pristine in the sense that nobody's touched it. It's something that the community likes looking at or being in because of its naturalness. And then item D in the list, the relative dominance of indigenous flora and fauna suggests that there may also be introduced flora and fauna, which in New Zealand generally means people. But I don't want to overstate it. I'm not sure it was actually that relevant to the genesis of the question. It's really just an illustration that in this context, if you're looking at something and trying to figure out if it's natural, You don't have to see something that has never been touched by a human hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you use, I'm glad you drew attention to that because the relative dominance of indigenous flora, if you thought of the Arrowtown situation, place it, start with indigenous and get everybody would regard it as naturally beautiful. Yeah, no, that's helpful, thank you. And the last item is the toughest, which is paragraph 241. So process. When you got to paragraph 241, struggled because you make a statement. Each is a proposed regional policy statement, and I immediately thought of section 60, which specifically says, sorry, there shall at all times for each, there shall at all times be for each region one regional policy statement prepared by the regional council. And to me, that coupled with section 80A as to the freshwater process, which says the purpose of this subpart is to require all freshwater planning instruments prepared by regional council to undergo freshwater process, and then the definition freshwater planning instrument means A, any part of a proposed regional plan or regional policy statement. And when you couple those two together, I struggled with your paragraph 241.
In light of that, I think 241 is simply wrong. Each is part of a proposed regional policy statement.
Sorry, each
Each is part of a proposed.
of a, right. Each is part of a proposed regional, right.
It would probably be better as each is part of the proposed regional policy statement.
Right, thank you. All right, well now moving down to 244, and the process that you outlined there. Where is the statutory background for that? Can I put it to you this way? The challenge on what you propose, from a very initial look at it, would be that if we were to make such a recommendation of the freshwater process, council has no ability to hold that. It's bound by the overall general requirement to process matters in a timely manner. It has to issue a decision and appeals are lodged. And we're still then under your 244.3 looking at a timetable in relation to the non-freshwater part, where we've got an appeal process running on the freshwater part. It just seems to be the antithesis of integrated planning, which section 49 requires, rather than it's almost disintegrated process. And that's what I'm raising, a concern about that. Your response?
Well, with respect to appeals running, I think we have that whatever process we adopt, and that the time for consideration and finalisation of the non-freshwater part, I'm not suggesting needs to be an inordinately long time period. But I'm suggesting there does need to be that opportunity to ensure integration. I don't see this as the antithesis of integration. This hearing, or the panel of this hearing, has a full awareness of everything that was submitted and said in the other hearing, and of the entirety of what's in the proposed regional policy statement. And those are all factors that can be taken into account in making recommendations on this part of it. So I struggle with the concept or the suggestion that this is not integrated.
Well, we'll have to battle with that. So something we've had to battle with. You've been the only person brave enough to venture a process, and I've asked numerous other councillors to come up with one that nobody else other than you has responded. So I thank you for making that effort. We've got to decide whether or not we accept it, and we've reached the end of the hearing process. And I wanted, as I think I did at the end of the non-freshwater hearing process, to extend our thanks as a panel to the very careful way and a very objective way, I think, that the regional council officers, consultants and experts have approached the issue. You as council, yourself, Mr. Logan, Ms. Sefton, have been extremely helpful to us throughout, and we couldn't thank you more for the thought and effort that's gone in, and clarity with which you provided submissions to us. And so I want to express those thanks. Also, I want to just record thanks to, even though they're not present, and maybe some watching, to all of those council and experts and lay witnesses, most importantly, probably, who've taken the time and effort to come along and make presentations to us. It's been very helpful. It's a challenging process. We've now got this challenging dilemma of how do we deal with two processes with individual, same people, one brain for each of us, and but we're supposed to apply to two different processes. It's not going to be easy, and it's a challenging task. And at the same time, Ms. Boyd comes along and reminds us today that the land and water plan are coming along behind us, so don't sit on your backsides, get cracking, do something urgently. So, and she didn't put it quite so flatly, but that was really the message. And we're very appreciative of that. But by the same token, we've got a large number of issues that we have to grapple with. So we'll do our best, and we'll certainly do whatever we can to meet the timeliness requirements of the RMA. And having said that, I'll ask Rokirikiri to just close the karakia for us.
Ka tira tēnā tātou. Koutou e mātātaki mai ana kaitahu tēnei te miha ki a koutou. Nā koutou tēnei rohe, nā koutou te karanga, nā koutou te take nā tātou. Reira, ka nui rā te mihi ki a tātou katoa. Anei kororo te tere mō tā koutou kaha ki te whai whakaaro ake ki ngā pātai, ki ngā take, te mui a tātou I tēnei wā. Reira tēnei te mihi atu. Ki a tātou katoa rā. Koutou o te paunihera, tātou e noho nei, ngā karangaranga katoa. Ko tukuna mai ki roto I tēnei tuahuatanga o tātou tēnei wā. Reira, hei mutunga haki mō tātou, mana tātou e tia ki pai te ronga aki o tēnei rangi me te pō e heki mai nei. Me wā tātou mahi I kaira no kia mutu. Engari, kia kahatunu ki a tātou katoa. Ki te mau ki tēnei kaupapa, kia kahatunu te haere ki mua, ki muri, ki ngā taha. Reira I rungi te ingoa te matua, o te tama, o te wairua tapu tukuna mai te rangi māri ki rungi a tātou, kia rua atu tātou ki tāu, o rangatanga mutunga kurai, I rungi I tāna ingoa tūturu whakamaua ki a tīna haumi e pui e tāe ki. Kia ora tātou.
Got it.